Well,
Where's your little sign?
this is a meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Well, oh, we're gonna do this again.
Take the thing off.
The thing is, just doesn't really make a difference. Okay, so, that's mine you're stealing.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even ask.
You didn't notice.
It's like having a brother. Okay, the first, we've had an item that's been withdrawn tonight, and that's John Margonaut for a final coastal site plan at 29 Davenport Avenue. We will begin with Thomas and Noel Twiggs for a final coastal site plan at 32 Westway. And I'm being reminded to also announce that there's one other application that's been postponed, number 13, and that's Juan Miguel Basalic and Shannon Basalic at Ridge Road. The microphone is cutting in and out. Yes, I'm aware of that. Hello.
Jill Simon is having a,
So we have a little trouble with our sound system.
he's in here?
Is my mic working?
Yeah, well, we can hear you, that's probably.
Oh.
So if you would like to start, this is for a final coastal site plan at 32 Westway in the R20 zone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, that doesn't feel like that's on. Is that microphone on?
No, but we can
Nope.
hear him.
Yeah, but
You're gonna have to really,
Do I have to go right up to it?
I think you gotta take it out or.
It's okay, just
yeah.
saying.
Sorry about
You guys
that.
are moving down the next time.
All right. Good evening, Commission members and staff. My name's Keith Werner, and I'm with Onaman Kirby, the engineers and surveyors of record for 32 Westway. With me tonight is project architect Eric Schoenberger, and we're here on behalf of the owner/applicant requesting approval of the submitted coastal site plan application. What we're proposing here is to demolish the existing 2.5-story dwelling and replace it with a new 2.5-story home while relocating the driveway and performing the associated site improvements. The proposed site plan is an attempt to update the property to conform with the updated FEMA flood lines. It allows the owners to move their home out of the FEMA velocity flood zone and reduce their risk during a flood event. In addition to relocating the structure, the finished floor elevation is being raised.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
They're trying, I think they're trying to adjust so that it's easier, please.
I was saying, in addition to relocating the structure, the finished floor is being raised approximately 4 feet to comply with the current flood zone requirements. The existing house is located within the VE zone with a finished floor well below the base flood elevation and is in violation of the current flood zone requirements. The existing seawall along the back edge of the property is to remain as is, and similarly, the walls located along the side property lines will remain. In developing this coastal site plan, it was determined a variance was necessary for relief of the front yard setback requirements. We applied to the PZBA and were granted the variance on the grounds that the deficient right-of-way on Westway and revised flood zone requirements did not allow for development of the site within the setback requirements. We assured the PZBA, as we still do here, that the proposed home will be in keeping with the character of the Lucas Point neighborhood. We've been working with various municipal officials and the land use departments over the past several months to refine this plan, which meets the goals of the owners and the town of Greenwich. We have seen the departmental comments and can resolve any outstanding issues as we move forward. I thank you for your time, consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So would anybody like to open with questions? No? Okay, so you had a comment on from the Conservation Department that they were asking you to consider widening the coastal buffer to 10 or 15 feet. Would you agree to doing that?
You're talking along the back edge of the property,
Yes.
closer to the tidal zone?
Yes.
I haven't discussed that yet with the owners. I'm sure they would be open to it as long as it could, not obstruct the view towards the water view that they currently have, but that's something that I'm sure I can discuss with them.
She's looking for the types of planting. They give you her comments?
This is from wetlands, correct?
Conservation.
Conservation.
I know you're not used to working here. Our FAR, I know, kind of threw you for a loop.
Yeah, a couple times.
I trying to dig out, does anybody have a loose
I have
copy
it
of her
here.
comments?
Yep.
So could you just read to the applicant the specific comment on the buffer, and then maybe give him a copy of what conservation said? Normally, you can come in and pick up everybody's comments, so you know what's out there. Oh, no, she's going to read it, it's okay.
It says on the second page that the southern third of the yard should be planted to create a 10 to 15-foot wide belt of native species supportive to the coastal habitat and better protect the sound. The vegetated buffer may have access crossings and may vary in width to complement the residential use of the site.
Okay, I'll have to discuss that.
I can give you this.
So, because what the comment that we have from our zoning enforcement officer is that your FAR still needs to be recalculated, but that he believes that you would be okay once you've recalculated, that you would be in compliance. That you've clarified the breezeway, that it's not included in your FAR, that you've got the flood vents shown. So he would be okay with you moving forward if we could solve, if you could do something with this buffer zone, because it's really your only open item right now.
I thought that the comment needs to be addressed at zoning permit. That's on page 10.
Which one?
On page 10.
On page 10?
Under CEO.
CEO signed off.
Right, that's what I just said.
Oh, I thought you said it.
What I just said
is.
is-
Comment.
Is conservation.
Oh, gotcha.
Got me. Conservation would be the only outstanding comment that, and the commission doesn't seem to have any comments unless we hear something from the public. We could go ahead if you can say something about being agreeable to try to widen that buffer zone. At lower plantings would be fine. I don't think she has an issue with that. But isn't doing enough to protect the coastal areas and how our buffer wide enough. So,
Right, no, I think we could be willing to work on that
okay,
with the conservation officer.
great. Okay.
That shouldn't be an issue.
So I think that's the only outstanding item you have. And then, because the FAR should be fine per the zoning officer, the zoning enforcement officer. Okay. So does anybody in the public have any comments? No? Commission, anything? No? Okay, so with that, we can close this, and Mr. Secretary, if I could have a motion?
For application PLPZ 2018-00554 for final coastal site plan, tear down existing 2,400 square foot residence and construct a new residence at 32 Westway in the R20 zone and R20 and COZ zones. I move to approve application and note that the applicant will calculate his FAR accordingly and submit revised numbers at the time of zoning permit, and that the applicant discuss the increase in tidal wetland buffer of 10 to 15 feet with conservation,
We'll resolve it.
and we'll resolve it prior to zoning permit.
The zoning board of appeals has granted a variance from the minimum front yard on October 28th last year. The applicant has a drainage exemption from DPW engineering. The sewer department has no comments in the P&Z phase, and the applicant will be using the flood zone grade plane. And in addition, the applicant has verified that they are not using any area beyond mean high water line for their FAR calculations. And with that, could I have a second?
Second.
I think it's Levy. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll work on it.
is, this isn't, yes, it is. Mr. and Mrs. John Fargus? Is that right? Did I do the right thing?
Yes. Here.
No, I did not. I'm sorry, I did not. Is the Post Road Iron Works, my apologies, the Post Road Iron Works, Inc. and Apollo Group Management LLC, contract purchaser for a final site plan at 50 Oak Street. I feel like I keep zoning in and out. So if you would like, anytime you want to start.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jackie Kaufman. I'm an attorney with Carmody, Florence, Sandeck, and Hennessy in Stamford, Connecticut. We're in office at 707 Summer Street. I represent the applicant, Apollo Group Management LLC, which is an art brokerage and gallery group. They are the contract purchasers of 5 Oak. The property is owned by Post Road Ironworks. I have photos of the property. Would you like to?
I think we're all
Would you like those for
pretty.
context, or are you?
Does anybody want to see the photos, 5 Oak Street? Go ahead. I mean, people want to see them. You have them, you might as well. And you'll need to give a copy to Katie because she'll put it in the record.
The property which is represented here on both the survey and then the interior layout. The property is 6,250 square feet, approximately 0.14 acres. It's in the GB zone. It is a legally non-conforming property in several respects to building area coverage, side and rear yard setbacks, and parking. The building, which was built in 1956, is quite small. It's 2,800 square feet, and it's 1 story.
Ma'am, can you speak up a little
Yes,
bit?
is
The
it-
mic's not always working.
Oh, sure, certainly.
You can just shout at us. We're very used to that.
Okay. A 2,800 square foot building, and it's improved with a paved front yard. These conditions have been consistent since 1956, with 7 parking spaces.
It's a low-budget community. We're really sorry.
I'm happy to present. This property last came before the commission in 2003.
Test, 1, 2.
Personal training and gym center. Prior to that, it was an office use, and it came in under a change of use application for use as this gym center. We now come before you with that same change of use application request, but this time for an art gallery, which is an approved use in the zone under use group 1. There are also office components, as you can see inside as well. The conditions on the property will remain the same as they were in 2003 when this was approved. The building will stay the same size, the parking will stay the same. I think in the materials from 2003, there was no striping at the time. And the applicant had expected that up to 8 spaces could fit. When those spaces were actually laid out on the property, 7 spaces.
You've clarified a mystery.
Okay, so that's what happened. They were expecting it to be up to 8 spaces, but the as-built survey shows 7, and it has remained 7 spaces since then. Interestingly, and something we resolved before tonight, one of the spaces when our team went out to review the site conditions showed one of these spaces here to be located off-site. So at some point, this stripe was in the right-of-way of Oak Street, but we've resolved that. Part of the improvement, putting this in, is to remove the defunct underground oil tank. By removing that and repaving, we're also going to just shave away a small bit of the planting area, and that allows us to pull all the spaces back in as they were last approved and contemplated in 2003. The art gallery use itself, which is represented on the plan below you, will have 1,361 square feet dedicated to the gallery space. There are 2 offices, one marked as office and one as library. and those will both be used as office and meeting rooms. And then an employee kitchen, bathroom, and storage area, roughly 465 square feet. This represents the same amount of area that was previously used by the gym. The gym floor area actually was greater than the gallery space. It had 1,941 square feet, and the remaining portions of the building were used for back-of-house operations. So same FAR, no exterior changes to the building. We will have new declarations. Application number 2373 as the gym use. I know.
Test 1 2. Now look.
What would the hours of operation be?
Typically, typical business hours, 10 to 6, although if they did have a very interested client who was available in off hours, they would like to see the ability to meet that person at their convenience.
And this would be 5 days a week?
Typically 5 days a week, but again, if the appointments were necessary on the weekends, they'd like the ability to do that. So it really would be a 6-day-a-week operation, possibly 7. But again, by appointment only.
Okay.
Deliveries also would be scheduled around appointments. So there was no conflict with a truck that's bringing in a large piece of art with patrons. It's hard to tell you what that delivery schedule is. Unlike a typical retail operation, this is a different type of operation. But because they're controlling their patronage to appointment only, they'll be able to work around delivery schedule to avoid conflicts.
And would you have any events?
There are no plans for entertaining. That break room is require valet or off-site parking to be secured in advance of that.
And those additional 3 spots, my apologies, those extra 3 spots that they have right now at Ironworks will not be available anymore, so it's only the 7 on site?
No, in fact, those are not available, they're not being offered by the property owner.
Okay.
Because those were specifically leased to the tenant that no longer exists.
Okay, so those have gone and now it's only the 7?
Yes,
Okay.
there was no continuity through ownership. It was, even though those 2 owners were connected, it ended, the lease is terminated. And those spaces have not been offered as part of this contract negotiation. But they see no more than 6 spaces being used at any given time at maximum, unlike the gym, which had a maximum of 10.
Commissioners, questions?
Yes. Could you tell us what kind of art would be available on display there, and what kind of vehicles would deliver? Sorry. One concern of ours is the storage of a vehicle like that on site.
That is not a personal vehicle of theirs, that would come from.
That your deliveries will be scheduled to avoid conflict on the parking. And we'll spell that all out when we try a motion, but I only had one question for you. It didn't seem like the parking is striped anymore?
The parking will be striped because the oil
Okay.
tank is coming out, so they will be.
So we're gonna ask you to make sure that it's striped. And then the other thing is, the landscaping looks a little scruffy, there's invasives. I assume that that's gonna be fixed to give it a better appearance. If you can add a little green, that would be great.
I'm sure that will be well.
And then, it doesn't look, excuse me?
Paint the building.
The building has been vacant and abandoned for
Yeah.
some
Right.
time now,
I was
so
trying not
there
to
will be
say
a-
that
there will be some
undiplomatically.
TLC that's given to
Okay.
it, but that is not structural in nature. So when I
Yeah.
say nothing is really
That's
nothing.
not in our bailiwick, but where we were, what I was trying to get to with the landscaping is, that was something we can address, so if you could spruce it up a little bit, it would be great, because it does look, okay.
I'd
So-
be happy to submit a picture when this deal is inked and the gallery is ready to be open. I'm happy to submit a picture of improvements to the zoning enforcement officer of your file.
Okay, all right.
And you know that any improvements have to go before the Architecture Review Committee.
I do, although we do not intend to make any physical improvements, the improvements really would be aesthetic.
They're gonna,
Right, but like any repainting, residing, anything like that does have to go before the Architecture Review Committee, even if there's no expansion of the actual structure. and any signage also.
You can't like repaint your trim?
Not in the commercial building.
Keep it white.
If it's the same color, then.
If it's the
fine.
same color, you
Right,
can.
you
Yeah,
just
so
say
if you
that's-
keep
but
the
if you
same
make
color.
any changes,
I think
yeah.
it won't, after we get through this initial
Yeah.
purchase phase, we'll then address those
Right.
things, including signage, which will,
So you kind of keep the same look, you'll have less work.
I think that's the intention, but to make it look
Okay, so if everybody's in agreement, we'll close this?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Secretary?
Before you do, if I just
Yeah.
may reiterate that flexibility on hours and.
We're gonna, what I would think the secretary's gonna say is that you've stated your regular hours to be 10 to 6, 6 days a week, but that you might occasionally have extended hours to meet an appointment, for a specific appointment, but that would not be the case on a regular basis.
And it's open to the public, or is
It
it?
is open to the public.
Because then you said appointment only, so there was, which,
It's open to the public, and if someone wanted to walk in to come and make an appointment, they could do so.
Okay.
But it's not intended to be a retail style gallery, because the type of work that they do is intended programming work. But they wouldn't turn someone away if they walked in to make a future appointment.
Okay. So we'll close that, and if I could have a motion, please.
An application, PLPZ 2019-0008, final site plan request, Post Road Ironworks and owner, and Apollo Group Management LLC, contract questioner. Change of use for personal gym center to an art gallery at 5 Oak Street in the GB zone. Motion to approve application with conditions. Any revision to the building, landscape, and signs to be reviewed by ARC. Applicant to provide landscape maintenance of existing landscape in the field. The parking is to be restriped. And it's
7
noticed-
spaces.
7 or 8?
7.
7?
Oh, no, 8, I'm sorry, 8.
8.
We can only fit 7 spaces.
Oh, I thought if you moved back the,
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay.
5, 6, 7. No, I think the 8 was, because in the former application, 8 were contemplated.
7.
but
Okay.
not-
The CEO has noticed noted that it's underparked at 7 spaces. Number of employees will be 1 to 2 maximum. Any gallery events will be parked with using a valet parking system. We're going to require an agreement on that.
we're just specifying,
Okay.
it's just a condition.
It is noted that the site use is by appointment only. The hours are 10 to 6, 6 days a week, with possible single appointments on off hours. Deliveries will be attempted to be made on off hours, and any delivery to be made on site using the existing parking area in front of the building. No deliveries made from off-street parking.
Good point.
Sewer department has said okay.
The sewer department also made a note that this property, and I think it's good to include in the decision letter, this property discharges into the Horseneck sewer system, which has experienced capacity concerns under certain flow conditions. There's a DPW engineering drainage exemption, and the commission notes that the kitchen drawn on the floor plans is for employee use only and not for catering or events. And then you were done, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and so with that, second, Mr. Fox has seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, if we could take a break for right now. Oh, okay.
they're gonna have to set up a different system for the mic, so I think if you open.
like to do is lop off a back portion of the North Street parcel to add to the Sparrow Lane property, so the Sparrow Lane property has a larger backyard. The North Street parcel actually is non-conforming, you see quite narrow, but as a result of this, lot line revision, it won't be any more non-conforming. Every other zoning, issue would be complied with. There has been no map filed, with a subdivision on either of these properties, so this will not be a subdivision or re-subdivision. So we respectfully request that there is, you approve this lot line revision. So I know there was a question regarding the, sewer line from Rich from Manila. There actually is the property line,
It's the easements he was concerned about.
there's an easement actually already in existence across both properties, and that easement will remain on the Sparrow Lane property. There's a recorded easement that runs across the Sparrow Lane property and through the North Street property. That easement will remain. So there's a recorded document.
And you'll confirm that to the sewer department? Okay,
That's a copy.
okay. Commissioners, any questions? All right, members of the public, anybody have any comments? Nothing. No, okay. With that, everybody okay with closing this item? Okay, Mr. Secretary, could I have a motion?
Yeah, an application, PLPZ 2019-0003 for final subdivision, convey 17,385 square feet, portion of land from the property of 369 North Street to a parcel at 11 Sparrow Lane.
Can you speak up as much as you
Oh,
can now?
okay,
Because we have no sound.
right. In the RA1 zone, motion to find that this is neither a subdivision nor re-subdivision. Applicant is to confirm with sewer department that the existing sewer easement is retained on the North Street, Sparrow Lane side. It's noted that the zoning enforcement officer has okayed this, engineering has okayed this, and a wetlands green sheet has been received with a approval on that.
And you said that this is, both properties will continue to have conforming FAR after the transfer and comply with applicable regulations, and that this is neither a sub nor a resub?
Yes.
Okey dokey. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Bye, Mrs. Klauberg.
Now we have to vote. Make
Okay.
them the people that sign up.
To sign up?
Yeah,
Folks, we have, this is not the sign-up sheet.
no, that's fine. I know, but.
Where's the
there were
sign
No,
up?
people-
it's up there.
Over there.
He's just saying, tell people to.
Okay, there's a sign-up sheet available for the next applications. If people want to sign up, we're gonna take a 5-minute sound break. And then if people want to take the opportunity to sign up, if they wish to speak. I should have said that.
And there's also procedures,
And also Katie has written up these procedures on how to be a good speaker at planning and zoning. So if anybody would like to grab these.
Margarita. It's,
2, testing.
All right, glad you're back. Good evening, members of the commission. For the record, John Tessie, representing all the applicants with respect to the 4 applications before you. These are applications that have been before you in previous meetings. At our last meeting with the commission in early February, February 5th, I believe, we had left off where the commission desired us to come up with a more definitive plan for pedestrian circulation within our property and the connectivity of the buildings, what we call buildings 8 and 9, internally to the proposed new buildings on 581 and 585 West Putnam Avenue, and also to show just general circulation from
1,
Valley Drive
2,
and
3.
onto actually West Putnam Avenue in a more definitive way. We've submitted plans that you may or may not have a chance to fully digest, but more importantly, we have Craig Studer, as you know, our landscape architect from previous meetings, who was essentially the author of the charge that you gave us in terms of fulfilling it to come up with a plan that showed the circulation in terms of safe travel for pedestrians. Now, I know, stating the obvious, there are a number of people here today who haven't been at previous meetings. If you want, I can get into an outline of what this project's all about.
I was going to ask
Although
you to do that.
you all have heard it, but
A quick recap.
Yeah. certainly.
It's really probably enough to say it's a demolition of 2 existing buildings for construction of 2 mixed-use buildings, multi-level parking structure, 67 residential units, with 14 of those units being moderate. In addition, and I think you should touch on this part, the applicant is proposing certain infrastructure improvements.
Yes.
And why don't you touch on what those
Yeah.
are? So much for the
Have that.
great new sound. In the way? Oh, everybody
I mean-
make sure your phones are far from them.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Just to fill in a little bit more detail.
Another exciting night in
Okay.
Greenwich, Connecticut.
There you go. There, as you had indicated, Ms. Sullivan, there are 2 buildings on West Putnam Avenue on the north side, just past the intersection going west with Valley Drive. Those buildings are just past the corner. One is 581 West Putnam Avenue, where there is a building that was a mixed-use building that's not occupied at this time. That building formerly contained a restaurant, nightclub, and also office space.
And the buildings are being shown on the screen if anybody's not familiar was
There
what
you
they
go.
look
That
like.
is the 581, 585 building. It's built on top of the rock knoll there. It's fairly prominent, especially when the leaves of the trees go down. And that building's been vacant for a number of years. The Planning and Zoning Commission has previously approved a 30-some-odd thousand square foot office building for that property. Actually, on 2 occasions, it was re-upped, if you will, a second time, but it's never been acted upon. But there's a 30,000 square foot office building, pure office building, previously approved by the commission. What's significant about that, I think for everyone to understand, is that's a single driveway situation where that was a standalone property, and is today a standalone property, such that the traffic in and out of that building would come from that single driveway, left-hand turns, right-hand turns, whatever. That was the only way to get out, and is the only way to get out. On 585 West Putnam Avenue, which is to the west of this building, let's see, there we go. We have about a 15,000, approximately a 15,000 square foot office building. It could be added to under our zoning regulations, I think to about the same size as what we had approved at 581. Currently, again, this building is empty. The same situation, that's a standalone building. You would run into the same type of traffic, therefore, on its own driveway. We would have left-right turns. There have been issues with respect to trying to make left-hand turns on that segment or that block. I even spoke to the Catterton owners actually a couple of days ago, who are generally fine with our application, but they noted really that making that left-hand turn coming out of any driveway on that block is not fun, problematic. And I think it's important to understand that as a baseline in terms of what you're dealing with here. If this project is not approved by this commission, those lots will be developed. They'll be developed separately. They'll be developed commercially, obviously, but you won't have the safety features that we're going to get into shortly when it comes to this project. So what, Mr.
Maybe you could comment as well.
Yes.
You would develop them separately, but you would be going to a .5 FAR.
Yeah, right.
Instead of the .9 that you would get with the moderate income unit.
Yeah, well, let's understand the commercial, just so everyone understands. The commercial cannot exceed in any event .5. When we talk about the .9, or the added .4, if you will, that is under your regulations that you promulgated, consistent with the recommendation of the Housing Task Force, embraced by this commission, together with an incentive program to meet the called desires of the POCD and the express concerns of this commission. Just for everyone's edification on that subject, Greenwich has adopted a regulation which is supportive of moderate income housing in the commercial zones. The incentives include allowing up to a .9 FAR, allow a height of an extra story on buildings, and a maximum height from 40 feet to 47.5 feet. Those are the three basic quote incentives in exchange for 20% of the units being moderate income under the Greenwich definition, and those units first being reserved for Town of Greenwich employees and the employees of essential services, a hospital, actually the school, GEMS, etc. Mr. Ferrari is probably the person who, in the private sector, owns, putting aside the housing authority, which I don't consider in the private sector, probably has more experience developing these moderate income units than anyone. Successfully, you know, at the on Old Track Road, but also in other locations. But that's where we had under a project under the old definition, where we have about a 7% moderate income number there, and essentially there weren't the incentives, particularly the FAR, that really was embraced enough in the eyes of the commission and the task force to really give a boost to the stock of housing needed for our essential service people. And in that regard, I will be submitting a number of very heartfelt letters from occupants that you should all read if you haven't seen them already. I think they were submitted of moderate income units throughout the area and what it's meant, the policemen, teachers, having the ability to be here and not fight this crazy traffic on 95, et cetera. So that's the history here. This application.
Could you comment on what you propose to do with the sewer and
Yes,
infrastructure?
I'm going to get into
traffic?
that,
Okay.
but just wanted to point out, for everybody's sake, so this application, unlike, let's say, Post Road Iron Works and others that are mentioned, that are outside of our zoning regulations, where people are trying to get the state to tell Greenwich what to do, this application comports with your regulations in all respects, both procedurally and substantively. Now, as part and parcel of this application is, thank you, allow me to lead into this, Mr. Ferrari has made a commitment to the town of Greenwich, which is a binding commitment. I read somewhere someone saying that Pat said it wasn't a binding commitment, and I don't really understand that, because we made it quite clear with the and it's an absolute condition with the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, from which we obtained a permit, that we have to do that work. And that's not zoning, but we're happy to make it a condition here. But that's actually a requirement for our wetlands permit. And the idea there was to fill in some weird gap, no one knows why it's there, in our sewer line, gap meaning that there's a reduction in size, I think it's from 16 inches to 12 inches, something like that, for about 300 feet on the transfer station site. And again, part and parcel of our effort here was to agree to replace that at our cost. The town provided the drawings, and Mr. Ferrari's team will provide the brunt to get that done. What we've also done here, which leads to what I'm really talking about when it comes to how the site operates, is that we've taken away the baseline, what I'll call potential, if this project is not approved, to have 581 and 585 developed in a way where there won't be a venting on for that onto Valley Drive for that left turn traffic heading east toward the town. Your traffic engineers internally, or your traffic department, and your traffic engineers externally, as you know, Beta Group, are supportive of this concept of utilizing Valley Drive, and we all agree for all the right reasons. And not only are we utilizing it, we are expanding that Q lane to make right-hand turns on Valley Drive, and we'll be giving up some property in order to be able to expand it. Right now, I think it's 2 cars, and we'll get it up to about six cars, again, for a community benefit. So overall here, that's the sum and substance of what we are providing in addition to the affordable units. And people should understand the affordable units are, when we say the affordable or the moderate income units, there's a top rent you can charge based upon the number of family members, and that rent is essentially a subsidized rent. You couldn't build a unit and rent for those rents in the town of Greenwich for a lot of reasons. So those are subsidized, but we make it up through the incentives that you have offered. So we also, just again, for people's edification, have a total of 67 units, inclusive of the affordable units, and we have a proposal for right now. What's being asked of you is a supermarket and a potential gym. Now those uses could change, but I think that the way to handle that, assuming this commission would agree with us that our application meets all the requirements for an approval, if they do change, then I would assume or propose to change that a condition of an approval, don't mean to be presumptuous, but if you do approve it, would be to come back to the commission. We've talked previously, again, people weren't here, so I'm trying to bring them up to speed about that front area, instead of being a potential health club or gym, whatever you call them nowadays, could be a restaurant. Mr. Ferrari, and I should just digress and say he regrets for personal reasons that he can't be here this evening and wishes you well. We've had a number of good sessions with you all, and actually his neighbors also, but it is for personal reasons he can't be here this evening. So he likes the idea of potentially converting that front to a restaurant. We'll just have to see. Right now, it's a question of tenancy and a question of approvals. So I think the only other point I wanted to make, again, about the project is that we do take advantage of the incentives that were offered. We have, in terms of the buildings, created I'll call it a community area that was a vision of Mr. Ferrari's, and you've heard his vision for what he wanted to create, the park-like setting, the integration of office park, and better communication between literally properties on both sides of the street, meaning West Putnam Avenue. That all persists, and the idea of having a restaurant at that location is very appealing for a lot of reasons. We think it'll be help to be a center for the area.
You mentioned the sewer work, the sewer line replacement.
Yes.
Could you touch on traffic improvements?
Yes. I was touching on it, but I'll touch on it more. We have Ron Reedman here to answer questions.
Overview of what you're doing, I think, just for
Yeah.
anybody who may not be familiar.
Right. Well, what we're doing, as I said, we are creating a situation where we're going to eliminate the left-hand turns out of the 581, 585 properties onto the West Putnam Avenue. Insofar as just overall traffic impact, and I think this is important to know, there is what I would term, and I think Ron would term, he's our traffic engineer, a moderate increase in the amount of traffic we would otherwise have emanating from 581, 585 from a commercial standpoint, only at the 0.5 FAR. In fact, I had Ron, run some numbers on, the percentage during their peak hour of traffic coming from the units versus commercial traffic. And I'll submit this for the record, but essentially you'll see that the residential traffic from the site is between 10 and, depends on the peak hour, between about 10 and 15% of the overall traffic into and out of the site, compared to what the 0.5 commercial would be.
Okay, so you're referring just specifically to these buildings, not to all of Greenwich Office Park?
Greenwich Office Park, but Ron could get into the greater numbers. If you compare it to all of Greater Office Park, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I would point out, in terms of developability, we have hundreds of thousands of square foot that could be added to Office Park, particularly under the section, what we call, as you know, section 6110 of the regulations to add affordable housing. That's not part of our proposal. If you looked at our overall FAR, included Office Park, all the buildings, 581, 585, you'll see that our actual total FAR is less than the 0.5 if you treated it holistically. There are separate parcels, but I'm just trying to giving you a balance and a scale. And what I'm also trying to emphasize is that the residential component here that you are seeking on a universal basis to have developers consider in developing commercial properties is insignificant compared certainly to the background, certainly when you include Office Park. But just specifically to this project, it's a small percentage to the overall traffic flow. None of which, and Ron would tell you that, is, and Beta essentially agreed, Beta being your consultants, certainly agree, none of which would constitute a meaningful change in any respect when it comes to overall traffic impact, the level of service, et cetera. So we believe overall, when it comes to this project, that it's a community win. I think there've been a fair amount of support that we have received from residents. Some, I'm talking about some close by, generally in the Chickahominy, what I call the Chickahominy area, but in the immediate area there, about this revitalization effort that Mr. Ferraris has been prepared to undertake, and not at an insignificant expense. And working closely, as you know, with your SOAR department, your engineering department, the traffic department, and the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, and what we're doing there to enhance. And of course, everything is going to be state-of-art in terms of stormwater management and cleanliness.
You don't have much more to add, except that the changes you've made to the site plan based on the commission comment the last time. I
Right.
was going to turn it over to commission questions, but I wanted to just state something, clarify something that Mr. Tessie said. After the 2009 POCD, there was a recommendation that we build a regulation that would enable more moderate income housing in town. There were a bunch of task force formed after that POCD. That task force worked, I'm shouting and I'll go closer. And that task force worked for 3 years. Another task force then took over and worked for 2 years. At the end of those 5 years, the task force that had been working with Diane Fox, then town planner, as well as Katie, came forward with a proposed regulation that has these incentives. We approved it. This task force was not made up of commission members. It was a public task force. It was residents of town who worked, talked to developers, talked to people who needed the housing, and came up with this recommendation. I was going to look up when it was approved. Since its approval, we've had 3 proposals, Katie? Sheep Hill, 143 Sound Beach, quite weirder because it came in as a slightly different one originally. And this is another one of those. Well, Pecora is 830G.
Yeah.
Not moderate. So
Correct.
we've had a couple of these proposals come in, and the public response to them has not been favorable in general. So if that's an overall concern as you're listening to this, that the regulation isn't working for you, it'll be our task to review that regulation. We can't change it on someone who's already before us, but we'll then move on to say, okay, they worked for 5 years, but the community's not having a positive reaction to this. So as you think about this application, because we've gotten a lot of letters and a lot of emails, there are 2 issues. One is what this person's doing within the regulations and really what the regulations enable, and is that something the public supports. We're going to be going out and talking to all the RTM districts and essentially asking you these kinds of questions. What do you want to see the regulations do? So you don't have to pop up and answer it tonight. It was approved in June of 2015. So down the road, as we work on the 2019 POCD, it's a question of how is this regulation working for people? This applicant is in with one. And I don't think Sure.
Yeah, it would be helpful if you or Katie addressed success or lack of success.
Oh, yeah, you love, Dave loves these numbers. We have a total of, can you choose the microphone? I'll share with you, Andy.
Pre-2015, the original regulation had been on the books for about 30 years. I think it was done in the 80s. and that had produced around 20 units. And since that time, we now have about 35 to 40 of them. Many of them haven't been built yet, but they have been approved. So we've seen an uptick. And a big part of that is, as you had mentioned, frankly, was the development on Old Track Road and what
Right.
Mr. Ferrari
Right.
had done in that kind of 2012 to 2016 time period.
Right.
Track Road has 63
63
3
units.
units, and we have,
50%, and
we don't have 20% there
Like,
at that
you have
time.
more.
I think it's
We had-
11
we had
11
less.
of them.
The reason for that is we really didn't need any incentives.
So it's
Uh-huh.
20% has to be moderate income, and under the regulation, the preference goes to our school teachers, our police, our nurses, our
Yes.
town hall employees. But again, that's the question. If this seems like
Let's-
it's not working, you have to tell us in the context of changing the regulations. And with that, I'll let the commission talk.
Well, I just wanted to respond to that very briefly, because just the old regulation, just to be clear, allowed for a .75 FAR. That's the regulation that was on the book a long time. So you didn't go from .5 to .9. You actually went from .75 to .9. And what you also did is you upped the numbers where they said you never got to 20% really under the old regulation. So you upped the requirements
To 20%.
to get to 20%.
Right.
So we all kind of worked together on that. And so, because I thought it was a good thing, you also allowed in this particular zone, if you recall, in terms of height, to go up to 47, I think it was 47 and a half feet. So that 47 and a half feet has actually been on the books. It was, well, not quite, not all. It's actually 4 stories at best, but putting it aside. And the reason for that at that time was really to allow some type of assurance that you can get that, make those stories work. So a lot of this was on the books. The big difference with the traffic, so the big difference is with the Housing Task Force, in my view, was that we actually did away with the concept of determining how many units you can have on the site, because that should really be a function of the capacity of the site and meeting all your standards, right? And which is inclusive of parking. But the other thing that is, as I said, it dictated the 20% and set forth a more comprehensive procedure for monitoring and for controls by the town so that there weren't any abuses. So the change wasn't a quantum leap. I just wanted to make that clear.
But it had a quantum leap effect on what we've gotten in terms of applications. Can I ask you one more thing, and then I'm going to let the rest of the commission
Sure, go ahead.
talk? Could you put on the slide that shows the front of the building?
Mhm.
And then, because some of the emails we got, there was lack of clarity about the height, the garage, the building height, how many stories, and could you just turn around and describe that for everybody, so everybody's on the same page with what we're looking at tonight?
Yeah, well, what you're seeing on top, obviously, is the existing condition photo, and then you have the rendering of our proposed building, which is the streetscape on West Putnam Avenue. That's the combination of the 581, 585 sites. What we're seeing here is a building that on the first floor would have, again, either a health club or a restaurant, perhaps other retail, depending on how much is used. Thank you. And the top floors are the residential uses, the residential apartments. The streetscape hides, if you will, the parking garage, and also it's an L-shaped building. Would have to, put up the there you go, the rendering. So the building itself, what you see on the left and more of the white, that's the parking garage. Again, substantially hidden from view. That parking garage height is no greater than what is allowed, to 47 and a half feet, in fact, maybe a little less. It winds up, it's typical parking garage where you wind on up. So there are 5 levels, which include the roof level. On the right is what we have designated as as I said, as a supermarket. And that, again, is 1 story. And we go up, that is 1 floor of commercial, and then we have residential above. Right, residential units above. So then the overall resident, number of units being 67. We spent a lot of time with the commission going over the parking garage. We've submitted recently again to Patrick, per his request, the cross-section, which is consistent with what was discussed at previous meetings, as assuring that we meet the height and the story is not an issue for that building. There was some discussion about, that I think was put to bed at the last meeting, on a mezzanine level being a story, but appreciated your comments, Ms. Alvin, on that, to the commission members as to the history there. And that was, in the history, is also articulated in prior minutes of this commission. I don't know if I answered your question, but happy to expand more.
All right, so with that,
In this,
would the commissioners like to start with questions?
I think just quickly for clarity.
We're not done yet, sorry.
Well, Mr. Grant made a good point, and for people's edification, this building went through a process not only with the commission, not only with the Wetlands Agency, but also the Architecture Review Committee, both in terms of landscaping and in terms of the architecture, how the building projects, et cetera. And as you know, the Architecture Review Committee required a number of changes that we worked with them. Mr. Granoff, I'm going to give him the credit, worked with them on, so that this is the result of what the Architecture Review Committee wanted to see. And did feel, as we all do, that it is totally in keeping with the character of the area overall.
All right, who would like to start?
Mr. Kinsey, can you bring up the overall site plan? We have one drawing that shows actually relationship to Office Park. I think it was one of the Rizzoli drawings. Actually,
Rosilio.
So for those of you who haven't come to a planning and zoning meeting before, the way it works is the attorney speaks, the commission questions, and then we open it up for all the public comment, but until then, we have you wait, and we're very appreciative of that.
Here it is. C1. C1? No, that's the existing condition. This is good. This is good. Yeah, that's it. We had a discussion yesterday about actually how the entrances and exits work, and I think you actually brought this up as a situation where you have access to the site off the valley, you have access off the post road,
Right.
moving from east to west. Moving from west to east, you only have one access to the site off valley from the post road. It's kind of an odd situation to get to this particular place. There's only one way to drive into it. You can actually leave to the west without a problem.
Right.
But leaving to the east is lacking. You have actually only two ways: one out to the post road, or continue all the way through Office Park, past Building 6 and 5.
I'm sorry, you're talking about
As proposed.
you're talking about as proposed. But we don't have, I just,
To drive to the east on the post road.
yeah, to drive the east in the post road, we don't, am I wrong? We're not proposing any left-hand turns here.
Exactly.
Right, okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the same
Oh, yeah,
page as
without a
you.
doubt.
Yeah,
So basically, it's leaving, exiting the site, you're going out to Valley Road, either at Post Road and down to the new Q line, or to the northern, more entrance up, exit there.
yeah.
One of the thoughts that we had yesterday was understanding we've had a lot of questions and concerns about traffic in the residential areas above the site. One of the questions we had, and I'd like to actually kind of explore here, is it
talking about omitting, I know what you're talking, well,
No, just the
one that
goes into the office park, not the valley road.
Like where you would go to get to.
Go to your rotary.
You wanna eliminate this?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Bowman.
you want to eliminate this connector?
We're asking you for vehicle, eliminate for vehicle access. I think actually, understanding, Mr. Ferrari's, thoughts about actually creating this, as a focus for the area and pedestrian access around it, when we talked about the sidewalks and all of that. But that one particular driveway now actually kind of gets you to a situation where you're going through, all the way through Office Park to the northern entrance, and that leads you out to all of the residential abutment. One of the things we didn't really
I don't,
understand was that really to leave the site to go east in any direction, you actually either have to go back to the post road in one location at the traffic light, which is safe, which we've talked about, and we think actually works out really well now.
it does.
Because of the queue and everything that
Right.
you've done. Or you have to go to that northern entrance. And to us, actually, you go to the northern entrance, that means you're actually going off into the residential neighborhoods above.
Well, let me say this, I'm not fully understanding. Where this exists today,
Yes.
we don't envision anyone that's coming from 581 or 585, and Ron could speak to the point, so could Kevin, just by the way this is created, that's going to drive all the way through Office Park to go out here to Valley when they would do it here.
And if that's the case, then
I think.
why don't we just eliminate that driveway so nobody goes.
This here?
Yeah, no. The connector.
No, that connector, I know you're talking about this. Yeah, sure. That's a good point. Yeah, we get the right. Oh, I'll show you what they're talking about.
They have one, they have a laser.
Okay, you see, I don't know, get the point, there's the pointer. What the certain commission members are asking is whether or not that connector, see that circle above? I'm getting dizzy, can you just, I don't know. But right there, anyway, I'll point to it,
I'm sorry, ma'am,
right here.
Ma'am, we really ask people not to.
Right there.
It gets messy
Anyway,
if everybody
can't get up
starts
that high.
talking.
Climb up on a chair, right?
Um,
Okay. What the commission's basically asking is whether or not we can eliminate what we're now proposing, which is the connectivity between Office Park and West Putnam Avenue. Just to do away with that connection there so that Office Park would remain coming out of Valley Drive only to get to be able to travel to basically to the east. And it's interesting because I don't.
We all use GPS apps.
Right.
And once we make that exit out of the northernmost
Mm-hmm.
connector to Valley, your GPS might say just continue through the residential neighborhood. It's that
Well-
incremental traffic from these two buildings, not the incumbent traffic within the
It's funny, I would say, like, you're on the comment on it, off the top of my head, I don't see where that helps the situation. In fact, I think it harms the situation because I think that overall, you are going to get more people coming from Office Park that are actually going to go south toward that exit, toward that area. But the closer entrance onto Valley as proposed. But I also think that what you're going to do is you're actually going to force more people onto that road than otherwise. All of our numbers, and Beta's backed it up, indicated that the vast majority of the people coming out of this portion of the project that close to the West Putnam Avenue are simply going to use West Putnam Avenue and not do a circle. I'm very familiar with the area. Now, if someone's heading up toward basically the Merritt, or to get onto the Glenville Road, whether they're going to King Street, or whether it's finding their way up to Round Hill or Lake or whatever, yeah, they'll do that. But I don't think any of our numbers support a big left-hand turn heading north on the, on Valley. I think that's more of a, I would say, I don't know if it's a red herring, but I think it is somewhat of a red herring issue here. I don't think that's the issue at all. And maybe, Ron, you want to speak to that?
Well, just to add to the question, is when you say that the numbers don't support that, how did you derive those numbers? So the existing condition with people...
Well, Ron's the one who derived the numbers. Even for... Yeah, introduce yourself.
Ron Riemann, Mazer Consulting, traffic engineer for the project. Okay, hopefully, well, it's going to be hard to follow Mr. Tessie. He nailed traffic, but he got all the information from me, so I'll take credit for that. Hopefully I'm understanding you correctly. You guys are concerned about traffic coming out of the site, heading up north Long Valley, up that direction.
Yes.
Right.
But also going through the site.
Right. Okay, I'll touch on the traffic heading north on Valley, and then I'll get back to the internal circulation. Basically, we do our projections based on the existing volumes on the roadways, Weaver, Valley, West Putnam. We have the benefit of having existing sites there, Citarella, the 500 site, where we could get actual ODs based on driveway counts. Just to cut to the chase, we came up ODs.
What is that?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Wow. I've been doing this way too long. Arrival departure distributions, how traffic comes in, origin, O, departure, D, or arrival departures. We came up with I'll just take a step back if you don't mind. We conducted a detailed traffic study a year ago, March 1st, 2018, submitted it to the town, staff, and they forwarded to Beta. They did a detailed review, and they had comments on it. One of the comments was they modified some of our arrival departure distributions, and they actually came up with 10% coming from the north on Valley. So that was discussed with staff and Beta. So that's how we developed our ODs, and again, to make the board comfortable, your traffic consultants not only agreed with it, they actually modified our ODs, and that's how we got to our final report that we updated September 2018. Hope I answered your question about how we got the traffic going northbound. Yes.
Northbound on Valley.
On Valley, yes. We don't actually, to take it even a step back further, we don't expect that much traffic being destined from the north and south. If anyone that's coming from that direction, you would consider them as being on the roadway already, that they're on the roadway, they're coming to our site, they're not new trips. And one thing that I should point out, our traffic study was conservative in the fact that we didn't take any credits for what Mr. Testy mentioned, that the site could be developed for 2 30,000 square foot buildings. So we didn't take credit for that traffic as part of our background. So everything we're doing for the proposal is new traffic. One other thing with our trip generation, the anticipated traffic we're estimating, we didn't take any credits for pass-by or interplay. And pass-by is what's already on the roadway that's saying, hey, I'm on the road, I'm going to stop in on the way home from work, go into the supermarket, come out, and continue home. So it's a big distinction between what are new trips and pass-by trips. So we're very conservative in our analysis. That should give the board a lot more comfort.
So
Yes.
our question about eliminating the
Internal connection?
internal, what does your data show? How many trips were you estimating to go internal versus external?
We're not anticipating any trips really using that connection. It's a nice feature to have, as Mr. Tessie mentioned, that it gives the, as I mentioned, interplay. You could be on site at the existing, Greenwich Office Park and won't have to go onto the Weaver Street or Valley to get to our site. Internally, they could go back and forth. So that's going to cut down on the amount of traffic on the roadways, and again, that's interplay. Another nice feature.
It's not necessary.
I wouldn't, it's not necessary, but it's a nice feature, yes, and I would recommend it.
So, in a sense, you're kind of anticipating somebody to, leave their office in Building 3, drive around, go into the garage,
So that would be a benefit also. If you're concerned about pedestrian activity, it would be internal walking or driving. Also, I would recommend it because it gives you another point of access, like emergency access. Not that you would need it, but it's another nice feature to have. It will cut down on, again, traffic going onto the roadways just to go back into the site.
This isn't a traffic issue, but in terms of site disruption, one less road to build, particularly given the topographic conditions here, is another concern, not a traffic concern.
Okay, if I'm understanding your comment, one less road to build, it's an internal road, so it's really not a road, to your local road system. One thing that Mr. Tessie pointed out, the key to this project is you're taking both sites, and with Connecticut DOT, most towns, what you try to do is eliminate curb cuts, and that's what this project is basically doing. You're taking the 3 existing curb cuts there, 581, 585, as well as Building 9 that has access to West Putnam Avenue. Building 9 is being eliminated, a positive. As Mr. Tessie mentioned, the combined site now, we're proposing to eliminate left turns in, right turns out, another positive. So we're going to increase the safety along West Putnam Avenue. You mentioned it's a little odd to have traffic on West Putnam Avenue going past the site, going up Valley. I think from a traffic engineering standpoint, discussions with Beta, yes, and that's what they would propose. It might seem odd, but if you just think about it, it's the way you should go. And I think you understand that.
Discuss this roadway configuration that you have. You have quite a few curb cuts. And it's to me, it seems like it can be a little bit confusing having one that's only an exit, one that only you enter going west and exit going west, another one which is
Just entering.
in and out. And plus you have the internal one. I think there's a lot going on, and the way I would like to see a development work is much more clearly defined entrances and exits. So if you got rid of the westbound entrance and exit, and reconfigured your grocery store so it's on West Putnam, so so people can see it. It's much better presentation. And then you'd have your driveway on the west side and the main entrance off of Valley. You'd have a much clearer and simpler traffic flow. And the site could relate much better to the other side of the street, which you've created a very interesting kind of boulevard effect and addressing the street. This project does not address the street. This project is internal. And it doesn't relate in a clear fashion from the south side to the north side. But by putting everything along West Putnam, you can then create that relationship.
Oh, do you want to take over? Oh, I didn't. Okay, I'll just address it. I think the first thing you mentioned that it's like kind of like a little confusing and stuff like that. We're improving it from existing conditions tenfold.
I appreciate
No,
that.
okay,
very
I'm going to continue.
No,
Yeah, I
do.
understand,
I just
yes.
wanted to, I appreciate that very much.
No, thank you. For the best circulation operation, again, it's the same, it's one less curb cut to West Putnam, and I'm gonna jump all around. You're talking about the south side of the street. The next project we talk about, the 500 project, that's gonna clean up a lot more. The two projects combined are gonna eliminate a lot of conflicting movements. The project across the street will eliminate additional curb cuts. So as a whole, at the end of the day, both projects will improve it combined more than each project individually. But as far as circulation, this layout, we had discussions with the team. It's the best operation for limiting left turns along West Putnam, having just right turns in, the layout of the residential and supermarket. You have the two access points. Operationally, it's probably the best, plan. That's the only thing I could basically say on that.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the best plan, but
Well, that's-
I appreciate what you've done. But right now, because of vacancies and the fact that this area is not going to be nearly, is going to be much more trafficked once you do a project like this. We have to deal with what you're presenting to us, not what was there.
We couldn't agree with you more.
Right.
Because there's nothing there now, certainly nothing to look at or operationally.
You've presented a very fair analysis, something that has merit, but frankly, it's still a little bit verklempt. Yes.
Well,
So,
I
think that I would love to see you work on it a little bit more and regularize the traffic pattern.
I certainly appreciate your comments, and I think one of our, frustrations, I'll use frustrations here, is this has been going on a long time. We played by the rules. Internally, before we brought these applications, Mr. Ferreri's team and Mr. Molnar has already tested to that, because variation of what you stated has come up. And this was settled upon as the most logical way of addressing the many issues that we saw, both in terms of marketability and in terms of functionality of the sites. I think it's important to realize that Mr. Ferreri's business is trying to create attractive venues to attract tenants and to attract people. Now, beauty is always in the eyes of the beholder, whether it's 644 West Putnam or whether it's 500 that we've received many more compliments for. But I've got to go back to really what we're proposing. And when we talk about traffic and the potential for crossing a line, whatever phrase you want to use, is when we looked at this project literally as a team, both in terms of as an attorney, architect, engineer, developer, we settled on a project that we thought, quite frankly, would be much greater embrace than really we feel is the case here, and we really don't get it. And that's why I tried earlier to take a look at the baseline, take a look at where we're going. We're proposing a project that, in terms of the commercial element of it, is less than 50% of what your regulations allow, what we call a 0.5. We can build over 50,000 square feet of commercial on these sites without getting into the 0.9s or the point where like 0.885, but round it to 0.9. What we decided is that as a team, it was too much commercial to put on this site, that we were sensitive to the basically the traffic demands and the parking requirements for an all commercial project. And if you look at our numbers, and I'm going to pass this out. Ron has some other copies. We're talking about the trip generation of the residential, as I said earlier, being 10 to 15% of what the commercial is. So if you look at, just to give people an idea, but again, this is only the regular development of a commercial property in a totally commercial world there. We're talking about peak hour of 242 trips for our commercial uses. If that were doubled, it would be basically 500 trips. So it's 242 for the point, for doubling our commercial, which we're allowed to do, versus 38 trips for the commercial element. That makes up 2/3, basically even more, about 70% of this project. These are all things that, kind of get lost in the weeds and shouldn't be lost in the weeds here. We are not putting an extraordinary strain on the traffic volumes going in any direction in terms of what this property should reasonably be developed as. This property is actually basically one that you should be proud of to support. We can argue in terms of aesthetics and how it should function and what should be where. But in terms of the project itself, I'd hate like hell to see you throw out the baby with the bathwater here, because you may have a handful of people who may or may not have an opinion that's different than yours or different than mine. There are a lot of people who support this concept. There are a lot of people who spend a lot of time working for this town to be able to be as great as it is. And that includes our workforce. And whether it helps 20 people or 40 people or 50 or 3 people, it's helping this town. That was the whole spirit of it. And when you get a developer that comes in and says, I want to play with the rules, in fact, I'll play better than your rules. I'll only build half the commercial that's allowed there. I'd rather use it for the residential. I'm fine with that, which also increases your number of moderate income units. I think you take a step back and understand that this man is looking to work with you, and it's proven by the numbers. You all are what your numbers say you are. These numbers say this is a good, beneficial project for this town of Greenwich. I'm going to leave it at that at this moment.
Okay.
And you can hear from other people and they'll give you
so
your opinion.
Before
their
you
opinion.
sit down, does the other commissioners, Mrs. DeLuca, you wanted to make a comment? Go ahead. Okay, Mr. McRae had some more questions for you.
Mr. Tessie, I guess where you left it, I think it was kind of an exploration of actually abandoning that interconnection between the sites. Kind of a funny thing to me, though, I think if you abandon the interconnection, then you could actually probably abandon the rotary. We know what kind of rotary, what the town thinks of rotaries. So, I do have a question for Mr. McTeague and Mr. Granoff.
Okay.
Concerning just some technical questions.
You really have to, can you tell Nick to bring the mic? Nick, you gotta put this thing down here, yeah, okay, Nick's obeying now. No, you have to bring it down here and talk into it without throwing it on the floor. Obey. Trouble with these people. Mr. Tessie, you don't have the microphone with you, nobody can hear you?
I'm just submitting for the record what I was referring to when I was giving those trip generation numbers,
Okay.
et cetera. So,
Did you have extra copies? Okay, so,
I have a couple.
okay. We'll look at them. So,
Here's 3.
anybody else have questions? Mr. Hardman? Ms. Goss? Go ahead, so you had questions.
Mr. Granoff, do you have the drawings with the sections on it? I just need to clarify something that I was looking in the drawings. I want to try to understand this correctly. Oh, perfect. Go back.
Okay, that's in Greek to everybody.
Okay.
For the record, Rich Granoff from Granoff Architects.
The drawing I was looking at actually has the grade plane at 86 feet 6. And it shows that the first floor is at an elevation of 75 feet. When it says first floor, is that actually average first floor of the whole development?
I'm going to bring Mr. Rosoli up. The grade plane was very complicated calculation, and that was vetted out ad nauseum with staff, but I'll let Mr. Rosoli talk.
Jim McTighe, Rizzoli Engineering. The first floor elevation is at 75, and that's for the whole first floor in the building.
Okay. And the grade plane is at 86.
That's correct.
Okay. So then, from what I'm looking at and how I understand this is that the height of the building, as we measure it, is taken from the grade plane, is at 47 foot 6. But the actual height of the building from the first floor is at 53 feet 4 inches. I just want to make sure that I understand that correctly.
Well, the grade varies around the building, and it raises up as you go around the back side and on the west side.
Okay. But there's an approximate 10-foot difference between the first floor and the grade plane. That's what I'm reading here. Okay. Do you know, or is it possible to actually find out what's the actual height of the building in comparison to the roadbed of Post Road?
It's about the same as what you see now to the existing buildings.
Okay. Do we know that height?
And then when you look at those existing buildings, the office building looks a lot higher than the vacant building. Is it to you also?
The roadway varies. In front of the building, it's at 76 in front of the 585, and the top of the building is approximately about 120 feet existing.
Top of the existing buildings are at 120
Yeah, approximately.
from 76, okay.
From 76, yeah. And so the building, the new building will be at 75. And then I have a cross-section here. Bear with me for a second. And then from the street, the new building is 53 feet 4 inches. But the building meets the 47 feet 6 inch maximum from the grade plane.
From the grade plane, which is actually 10 feet higher than the street.
It varies approximately, depending where you take it.
So I'm looking at 75 at Post Road, 75 at first floor, and grade plane 10 feet above that, and then the height of my building.
Yes, that's correct.
Great. I think that kind of clarifies, because we've been talking a lot about the height of this building. It's very interesting to understand it, actually. The actual physical height of the building is much taller than 47 foot 6, which is allowed by regulation. Because the actual physical
Well,
height.
we're measuring it according to your
Yeah,
regulations.
that's it. That's what I'm saying.
You know, with
plane's being
the
manipulated
grade
to
plane is
86.
an average grade of the finished grade, around 10 feet around the building, all the way around the perimeter.
So at
So in
44
some
feet,
places, it would actually be much less than that. It depends on where you look at the building.
I'm actually, my big concern is actually the Post Road. But I think I kind of clarified it. So I'm looking at a building that's about 53 feet
Well,
from
where,
the Post Road. So
what side of the building is the one that's a lot less? Just so that
Over on the back side, the west side, and on the north side, it will be much less.
on the west side,
Where the parking garage is.
parking garages, and on the north side faces Office Park.
But what you see from the street,
Won't be much different than what you're seeing now. It's the building, the roof of 585 is going to be about the same height as the new building. And so the streetscape will look very much the same.
and what's the setback difference?
Also about the same.
And so the building on the left there looks higher, on the screen in the back, looks higher than the one on the right.
That's correct.
Is that actually the way it is, that the one on the left is higher, or is that just because?
The one on the left is higher, and our new building will be slightly lower than that.
Right, so I'm just trying to gauge, when you said before it's the same height as what's existing, wasn't
Yeah.
sure if you meant the lower building or the higher building.
585, the glass tower.
Okay.
think it's an interesting perception, because I think, yes, they're the same height. We're talking about the numbers here. You just confirm those heights. But I think existing, we have a lot of ledge. We have building on top of ledge. Really kind of set back from what you're perceiving on the street. The new, if you can go back to the other slide, the proposed, I think, actually starts approximately at the street and is all building up to that height. And I think that's one of the things we've been really touching on, is how actually the perception of the building on the street, and the relationship of the street to that height, and the ratio of setback to height. It's going to be very different from what's existing, even though they're the same height. I think we've asked questions about the height. We've asked questions about the internal floor heights, that kind of thing, to kind of bring the massing down. So I just wanted to touch on it again and make sure that I understood correctly. The height isn't really how it's re-regulated from grade plane. The actual height is going to be much taller than that, about 50. Even though we've got the grade plane, it varies all the way around, but the height is actually about 10 feet taller than the actual grade plane height. So, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Anybody else?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, ask the traffic.
So this is a traffic question that was one of the questions that was actually raised in the public comment, which, so in your traffic report, you do explain in detail about how you get the existing conditions, and then you have your build conditions, and you go through how all that works. But the question that had come up in the public comment was, where this site is located along the Post Road corridor, the natural thought is that people will come out of the site, and most of them will want to take a left and go to that end of town, just because the majority of the town is on that side. So how do you account for that, or and does it even matter if you have the queue capacity in the roadway? I mean, if you could just kind of explain, if you even know whether that's true, is that something that you model, and if that is something that's expected, how is that being handled?
Okay, are you asking about the arrival departures, how much traffic is going to the west and east?
I'm mostly asking about the departures, actually, coming out of the site and wanting to take a left at the traffic light.
Okay.
You would naturally assume that most people would want to do that because the majority of the town is on that side, is the comment that we had received. So I'm asking, is that true? How do you model that?
Okay, yes. So in developing our arrival departure distributions, which again, staff and Beta reviewed and made some adjustments to it, it's based on existing volumes along West Putnam Avenue. We also had the benefit, again, as I said, having counts done at the Citarella and the 500, so we kind of have an idea, people, what direction they're going to. So to kind of answer your question, the way the numbers play out, you actually have 35% of the traffic heading to the west along West Putnam, and 35% heading to the east also. So as far as the left turns heading back to the east that are going to be using this left turn traffic signal, it's about 35% of the total development.
And does that change based on what type of development it is, meaning restaurant or fitness or?
No, it's pretty much would be right there. It's retail, it's again, based on existing conditions, and we had the benefit of, counts at Citarella. Yes, that's a supermarket. We are proposing a supermarket across the street. So it's actually based on empirical data. So you couldn't really ask for more. We actually, based it on numbers.
Thank you. Can you explain at this point where things are or are not, or when they will be with the Department of Transportation, which is, the warrant analysis is where this project is at this stage versus where you need to be with the DOT?
Right.
Just to clarify one thing, and we're happy to answer it, but the DOT and the warrant has to do with adding the entrance to 500 West Putnam Avenue, the other project.
Okay.
This project does not need any DOT review or approval or warrants. This project does not involve itself in any changes to that light.
Okay, so this side of so if it was only this side that was developed, just for the sake of argument, you wouldn't need any approval,
No.
even with the traffic signal timing, because I assume that's going to need to change based on the amount of volume coming out of the valley.
No, right now, we're not proposing any traffic timings. The project really doesn't need it. As Mr. Tessie mentioned, once you get to the project across the street, that's when there's going to be modifications to the intersection. So right now, it's correct. We wouldn't have to do any kind of signal timing changes. The existing patterns would work for this project.
But, so you're saying the right turn lane would not be part of this application?
No, yes.
The right turn lane exists today, Mr. Fox, but it has a very small queue. We're expanding the queue that's on the town of Greenwich property. That has nothing to do, not town of Greenwich jurisdiction.
That's
So
part of this application?
it's part of this application. We're not throwing that out at all.
And you're saying that additional right turn lane doesn't require any?
It's not an additional right turn lane. It exists today. We're expanding the queue area, and that doesn't involve.
Right. As Mr. Tessie explained, we're just extending the amount of cars that could stack in that right turn lane would be approved by the town, and no, you wouldn't need any traffic signal timing changes for that, because that condition exists there today. We're just, what?
And so the left turn lane, you're not, the left turn on Valley to the Post Road, you don't think you need a longer light?
No.
Because the additional retail?
We wouldn't. There's enough time out there, and it's an actuated traffic signal, so you actually have timing patterns that run from, like, I'm not going to quote the exact numbers, 20 seconds to 40 seconds. So depending on the demand, it does change from off-peak conditions, maybe it runs for 20 seconds, to peak conditions. With this additional traffic, it'll just continue to go to the max. So no, we wouldn't have to increase the timing plans.
Mr. LaRose just mentioning that he believed it was in the beta comment, however, that a traffic signal timing would need to be reviewed as part of this project. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of back and forth with Beta, because one thing that we were directed by the board and staff was to do a combined report. So I think they were looking at the total project, even though it was in the first letter. There was a lot of overlap. But if we do need timing changes, that's something that it's actually a wait and see with the state anyway. They wouldn't change the timing patterns until the development is built and the traffic, volumes increase there.
Right, but as part of your traffic report and your analysis, obviously there's going to be a change in the traffic pattern here, so you've anticipated already that there's going to be a need for timing change, no? Or
Not underneath that project, no. Not underneath the 581, 585 standalone project.
And that's because you're widening the road and providing a queue analysis, so to speak?
No,
right?
there's-
The queue capacity, rather.
The right turn lane has nothing to do with the left turn or the timing pattern. There's enough time there, because it's an actuated signal, that it can handle additional load at the intersection.
But if you found under the built condition that a timing change was needed, you do need to go to the DOT for something
Yes.
like that, right?
And a little side note, when we get into the next project, I know the town actually has approved timing plans with the state for both the Weaver Street signalized intersection as well as at the intersection. The town has sat on making those changes to improve the operation, because, time and money, it costs money to do that. So in conversations with staff, that is part of the 500 project, that we would be, pursuing those timing changes that have already been approved by the town, I believe the selectmen, as well as the state.
The driveways in, and so the new point of access in and out of the property, that does require approval from the state? Because it's on, and when does that happen in the process?
Are you speaking about the right turn lanes on West Putnam Avenue?
The curb cuts, the ones coming in and out of the garage, and the ones that go in front of the...
I think he doesn't know about that, maybe. It's Route 1, so it has to,
Yeah.
it's state DOT.
No, yes, so, because...
It's state DOT.
Yes,
so
I probably
you have
skipped a
to-
little step, because I'm looking at the positives where the state looks at eliminating curb cuts.
Right.
So yes, once plans will be submitted to the state, they have to review them and give you a permit to make any modifications to those curb cuts. Again, I apologize, I did a couple of steps ahead because it's a
People do
positive.
that to us sometimes accidentally on purpose, so we always try to check.
And again, the state wouldn't review any of these plans until the project is approved. So, but yes, and we don't foresee any kind of problems with that.
Katie? So I know, Mr. Tessie, you've been to see the state DOT.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm
Yes.
just thinking as an example, the little island and the in and the out there, is that something that you anticipate is going to be a problem? I mean, when does that happen in the course? In your-
The state, well, we've done a lot of projects, you've been involved in a lot of projects, mostly car dealerships recently on West Putnam Avenue. Most recent ones I worked with the state on were actually at the Miller Motor Cars site at 315, 323. And the state, whenever you're proposing a modification of a curb, although curb cut, we are essentially at the same locations of the existing curb cuts, but we're modifying them. That has been done universally, as Ron Mr. Reedman stated, after the Planning and Zoning Commission has approved the project. Now, our conversations with the state dealt primarily with the, no, if not exclusively with 500 West Putnam Avenue. Although we had discussions directly and also through Jim Michael from your DPW regarding this side of the street, and the state has loosened up, to my knowledge, on this idea of doing more to, from a configuration standpoint, to preclude that left-hand turn. If you recall back at 644 when we worked on that X years ago, the state would not approve that right-hand turn only, although we all were in favor of it, or to skew the driveway. The state, again, as I stated a few minutes ago, has loosened up on that and will defer more now to the municipalities on that subject.
Two more quick questions. Sure. So the beta comment it was the November 29, 2018 comment. It does note that it's 500, 600, but it says traffic control signal plan for the West Putnam Avenue Valley Drive signal division. And I'm sorry, this was updated February 4th. But the comment still says it hasn't been included, and since this signal impacts this intersection, what is the status of the traffic control signal?
We've already talked about that at the last meeting, which is that would be something that we would undertake post-approval by this commission. And that's something we have to work with DPW on. We have, yeah, Melissa Evans actually wrote a letter to you, a memo that you have from the last meeting, where she endorsed the whole process and endorsed moving forward.
So she's seen a traffic control signal plan?
No, there is
she's
none. She
seen
endorsed the process of how we get to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about we look for that?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I could find the email from her and read it to you, but there were a couple loose ends prior to our February 5th meeting. We had like 3 outstanding comments. We addressed them prior to coming here, both projects, and staff signed off on it. And the next step for the signal plan, once the project gets approved, the Board of Selectmen reviews the signal timing changes. They approve it, and then it goes to the state. Again, the one big feather in our cap here, the town already has, we're talking about the 500 project with the additional, lane opposite and a whole different timing changes. But the one feather in our cap we have on this project, or the 581 project, the town has approved signal timing plans to improve the operation of both signals.
Yes, you mentioned that.
Yes.
And then you went on to say that we've been sitting on it, which,
That sounded bad, I guess?
yeah, that didn't sound well.
I didn't mean it that bad.
Okay.
No, sorry.
Right, so just changing gears for a second, this is probably, so we've mentioned some of the other moderate income projects, and one of the things that we had done on the Sheep Hill project, which is similar in terms of traffic light and road improvements, was required that those improvements be done before any other work was done, just because of the amount of traffic and construction traffic. So if you can run through the timing and construction phasing.
Well, again, it's more of a 500. We believe it's more of a 500 item, and we actually discussed that at the last hearing.
I'm talking specifically about this side.
Oh, you mean to put in
Timing
the,
of this project and the widening of Valley, and really, it's the widening of Valley, and also that. And where the construction traffic will be coming in and out, will you build that road first and then they come out onto Valley? Will they could be going out onto the Post Road only? Do you know
Okay.
those kind of details? That's a
Okay.
comment that was heard.
Okay.
It was mentioned pretty frequently throughout the public comment, which
Yeah,
is
we're
why I'm-
giving
Okay,
you a
well-
little bit of those comments.
Well,
I've got a couple
that's
held
fine.
back 'cause
That's fine.
we don't
Insofar
wanna-
as that project is concerned, it is a function of what happens with the other project. But if we run through scenarios, if both projects were to be approved, we kind of have to talk about them both. But for a moment, we discussed that sequencing, that it was Mr. Ferreri's desire to build a building on 500 West Putnam first. That Mr. Molnar took you through a sequencing where we would, I think he did, maybe I did, but we would level the site on 581, 585, use that for construction parking for the 500 project. And as far as the light process was concerned, we were going to we had a stage. The light, we would have to go through the process of getting the state approval, obviously. That's going along as we're doing other things. We were going to use the existing curb cuts for a while. Then we were going to phase in the site completion. One of the reasons we wanted to do 500 first, if you recall, was that we had the prior approval when Greenwich Hospital was approved. That involved certain site changes that are still in process, and we wanted to get them completed. That project, property's been under construction a while, internally and externally. We thought there may be a little construction fatigue to get that out of the way. So if 500 were not built, if he changes his mind, if you don't approve it, whatever, then on the other site, obviously the first thing that would happen is that, again, the idea would be to level the site and I believe build a parking garage, and build a parking garage so that we would be able to control traffic on that site. We also pointed out we literally have hundreds of parking spaces not utilized in Office Park too. So we felt one of those rare occasions where you actually can control all of your traffic, all of your staging, et cetera, on the properties you own. And so far as building out that right-hand turn, they're getting back to what our municipal give-backs, or whatever you want to call them, are. We've agreed to, as soon as we were to have zoning approval, to start on that project for the transfer station expansion of the facilities there, the sewer line facilities. And we would have no problem immediately commencing, as we're doing site work, the installation of that proposed extension of the right-hand lane. So I think we're able to have a pretty robust, controlled environment there, whether 500 is involved in the staging or not, because of the way we can build a parking garage, and also utilize excess spaces at Office Park, so as not to put any burden on any residential neighborhood or commercial neighborhood, for that matter.
Do you guys have any more questions, or could we go to public input? Okay, so do we have a sign-up sheet somewhere for the public? Somebody? Sign-up sheet? Hello? Sorry. And, oh, not many people? Okay, who wants to be, you're gonna do that, okay. So I cheated and I saw the first person is Tracy Lavery.
Do you want to say who's next so they can get all ready up?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna let Nick do that. And
Next is Baron Schneider after Mr. Lavery.
And Mr. Lavery, we do have the comments that you submitted. We've put them in the record. You were opposed to this project because of it being out of scale and it making Greenwich look like White Plains. And if you would like to add to the scale comments beyond what we have in the record?
Yes.
I think we understood White Plains.
White
Go
Plains
ahead.
and south of White Plains.
You're
Okay. I will not repeat that. I have a little bit of elaboration. I'm a neighbor
Okay.
who abuts the Greenwich Office Park.
Yes.
So, good evening. My name is Tracy Lavery. I've lived on Alden Road in Greenwich for 35 years. I oppose the projects because I think they're inconsistent with the character of the town. By the way, some residents and neighbors will follow me, and we've done our best to divide comments by topic to avoid repetition.
Wow.
And I understand I have a 3-minute time clock, so I'm good. So Greenwich Office Park abuts residential areas, including Edgar Manor, where I live, and Weaver Street with single-family homes and the Pheasant Run condominiums. I think the name is important. It's Greenwich Office Park. It's not Greenwich Office Complex or Greenwich Plaza. Greenwich Office Park has greenery, trees, rocky outcrops, ponds, and streams. The proposed development on the north side of West Putnam Avenue, the odd numbers, has high density, to me, a too-tall parking structure and will blast and remove rock and mature trees. All of this undermines the park-like characteristics of the area. There's no question it's a good thing to replace the blighted buildings at 581 and 585, but to me, not with the current plans. On the south side of West Putnam Avenue, trees will be eliminated along with a pond and landscaping. and
Sir, we haven't opened that yet. We're not hearing that part.
Okay,
You've got to
so-
stay north.
Stay
And
north.
then
Okay.
hold your thunder on that, and
Right,
we'll
okay.
get to it soon.
Okay, well then, that's, in terms of style and structure, I guess my summary is Greenwich deserves better. Lynn and I moved our family to Greenwich 35 years ago after living in Bronxville and Scarsdale. We have seen Greenwich's beauty and character under pretty constant attack from real estate developers who, to me, don't care if they destroy one project at a time what makes Greenwich so special. And this situation seems to have intensified on the Post Road in western Greenwich in recent years. The town's POCD is being updated for the next 10 years. The POCD should continue to seek balance. To me, the proposed developments are overreaching and not balanced, even considering the 20% moderate income housing portion of the apartment units. To me, developers who want maximum density, maximum height, and maximum footprint should not be allowed to trample on the environment, the safety, and the quality of the life of Greenwich residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I have copies of my remarks, if
Would you
desired, for
please
the staff.
submit them to Katie? And Katie, they'll need to go in both records, because I think, do you need to have them back so you can talk about 500, 600? Okay, all right.
Baron Schneider, and then next is Lynn Lavery.
So, ma'am, we have your comments that you submitted. You are opposed to this application. You, on the basis that these older buildings are in scale and they provide quaintness to the community. The development is oversized, and you would particularly like to see the rock outcropping preserved. And that email of yours is in this record. Would you like to add to that?
Well, actually, it was a lot about the history and the rock outcroppings. So,
Baron Snyder?
oh, Baron Snyder and actually Francia Alvarez, so it's both of us I'm representing. I can just submit the written then.
But if you have additional comments to clarify the point you raised the outcropping, is there some, did you want to make some clarification on that?
Well, I just, it's the history of this town with the rock outcropping. So I'll just say a little bit of it. So Connecticut is currently a place of gently sloping hills and valleys, but this has not always been the case. Colossal natural forces formed this area. It was a place of very steep mountains which rose many thousands of feet. A fault developed north to south, and a huge block of rock dropped down, and that formed the Connecticut Valley. Tectonic force broke the valley and formed a series of long hills. The remainder of the state is made up of granite and very old and hard type of rock. So most recently, during the Ice Age, glaciers 1,000 feet to 2 miles thick began to move and push the rock, dropping boulders as it moved. These boulders are called erratics. A local example is Ladin's Rock. They appear to be tremendous, but they're pebbles in comparison to the size of the glaciers. So when the Ice Age ended 21,000 years ago, it left Connecticut rocky with the remaining glacial debris. So my point is that Greenwich and West Putnam Avenue is formed by these rock outcroppings. And Putnam Avenue, named for General Israel Putnam, who began his legendary, treacherous, and historic ride down the rocky cliffs near the Greenwich High School football field to warn Stanford of the approaching British troops. This is all part of Greenwich. So we have the 100-year-old trees, which Tracy mentioned, the architecturally stunning granite rock outcroppings throughout the town. The people who came and defended this town settled here. The common thread is this is what defines Greenwich. And we have both the geological and the personal history of people who traveled this very same road we're talking about tonight. So when, in conclusion, when we're talking, oh, I'm too short. When we're when we're talking about blasting 31,000 cubic feet of rock ledge and removing all existing vegetation, that gives me pause. In the staff notes, I believe I read the Commission's concern that this much site disturbance is undesirable, and I would agree considering the streetscape and natural habitat issues. And I will just go to, I'll just skip a lot, and in the end, Mr. Granoff mentioned the small pocket park in front of 585. That is more like Stanford or Manhattan. That's not Greenwich. Mr. Macri mentioned the project is not sensitive to the neighborhood. The double-story first floor makes it too high. We concur. This project will not enhance nor be consistent with the overall character of the town. My family built a house on rock ledge. It's very steep and very tall, and they didn't take down any trees, just the driveway and the very top of it. And they were on a budget. So it can be done, and they don't have to take down all that rock. And, well, we ask that you please deny this proposal and insist on deep, as it stands, and insist on deep setbacks, preserving rock and trees, and much less imposing structures with much more higher caliber materials.
Thank you very much. Do you have a copy you can leave with Mrs. DeLuca? Okay, great. And the next person was?
Lynn Lavery, then followed by Annette Wilson.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Lavery. And again, we have a letter also from you, and you had mentioned lights, noise, the balance of the buildings, and also a concern about traffic.
So my concerns this evening, I was assigned lighting.
Okay.
So just focusing on lighting. We got together and made a decision. So I'd like to start by saying good evening, Ms. Albin, members of the commission, Mrs. DeLuca, and Mr. LaRoe. I am Lynn Lavery. I have lived at Alden Road, on Alden Road, for 35 years. I am a former Greenwich selectman. I am here to oppose this proposal of the developments at 500, 600, 581, and 585. My objection is focused on the lighting, which will have a significant effect on the lives of residential neighbors on both sides of the post road. I'm going to do something different. I'm going to paint a picture for you of what it's like to live where I live. I abut the Greenwich Office Park. My street and my neighborhood are absolutely beautiful. I have a vegetable garden. I have chickens. My husband jests that he didn't know he married a farmer. We have wildlife of all sizes, from bunnies, and he says it's the first time the word bunnies has come into the planning and zoning meeting. We have bunnies, occasional foxes, woodchucks, wild turkeys, and deer, which often, unfortunately, feed on my gardens. The deer likely live in the nature preserve, which is on Weaver Street. It abuts Edgar Manor. We share the land with this wildlife. We take down trees only when it is absolutely necessary. My gardens have twice been on the Greenwich Botanical Garden Center tour, formerly known as the GEC. We have large rock outcroppings. As Barron mentioned, our home is built on one of these large rock outcroppings. You call it ledge, which are beautiful, if not magnificent. My neighbors, including the Greenwich Office Park, have the same stone ledge. Darkness is quiet on Alden Road. And I must say, there are no street lights in Edgar Manor or Hemlock, and minimal lights on Valley Drive. It is beautiful at night. When my granddaughters come from Ireland, we lie on the grass, look up at the sky, and see the stars. But look what is proposed for 581 and 585, my next-door neighbor. A massive parking structure, effectively, as was confirmed this evening, 5 stories high, with mechanical equipment on the roof of one building and outdoor parking on the roof of the other building, jammed into a tight spot. A supermarket, a traffic circle, a huge L-shaped building with 67 apartments. I'm sorry to repeat what you know. Lights will be on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. No one has mentioned that, and I live next door. This will occur at all 5 levels for safety purposes. This circle that you're talking about, that we've all seen pictures of, must have lighting for safety reasons. This will be outdoor and indoor lighting from the buildings, and the parking garage will be significant. I thought I was doing that. The Rotary will be large with lights all around it. I'm sorry, that is a duplication. The rooftop parking deck will have lights, and car headlights on the roof will point in all directions as vehicles arrive and exit. This will be overpowering. I am very concerned about light pollution, lighting that reaches beyond the office park, borders and invades residential areas. Thank you, sweetheart. I assume it was you. The terrain at 585 and 581 is not level. You mentioned that tonight. I appreciated that. It slopes upwards significantly from the post road. I've driven up there. I'm very concerned about the effective visual height and lighting impact of the buildings and parking structures on both sides of the post road. I have not seen renderings of the projects, from the north, where I and other residential neighbors who have joined me this evening live at higher elevations. Where are the project's heights? What are the project's heights above the grade of the post road at Valley Drive? I appreciate that Mr. Macri asked that this evening, but we heard nothing about the parking structure height. So, the lighting could dramatically change the quality of life in our neighborhood. The evenings and the nights will never be the same. As selectman, I was involved in the creation of the 2009 POCD. It's a great name, by the way, the Plan of Conservation and Development.
Do you know that in the charter, it's still called the Plan of Development, isn't it? We need to change the charter.
It is the guiding document which the state of Connecticut requires from our town every 10 years. I was happy to be part of it. We did identify increasing moderate housing, but let me tell you a couple of other things that are there that are incredibly relevant tonight. We said very specifically that the character of residential neighborhoods must be preserved. that the commercial corridor, which is the post road, must be kept to the post road. And I think we need to pay attention to that. So, as far as I'm concerned, the proposed development must not pollute residential areas by exceeding the office park boundaries. This is pretty scary to me, as you can see. This commercial zone should not encroach into all of the neighborhoods that are represented here this evening. I really thank you for your dedication. I'm sorry to get so passionate, but you really are protecting the beauty of our town, and you're doing it with great diligence. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Mrs. Lavery, before you sit down, did you or any of your neighbors attend any of the ARC meetings for the project?
The which?
ARC meetings for the project, where they discussed the lighting?
No, I wish we had. Yeah. I have
We'll
comments.
ask the attorney to summarize that.
Annette Wilson, followed by Linda Bruno.
No, I know, people keep talking. Okay, so hello, we have your letter, and it's in the record, your email, my apologies. We do have it, and please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and good evening to all of you this evening. My name is Annette Wilson. I live at 28 Alden Road, just off of Valley Drive. I have lived here for nearly 25 years, and I am well positioned to speak about Valley Drive and our immediate vicinity. I strongly oppose the two proposed developments on West Putnam Avenue. Valley Drive is a residential zone with 25-mile-an-hour speed limits posted all along its entirety. The two developments will impose a burden of traffic on our streets, which will jeopardize vehicle and pedestrian traffic. I would like to discuss the traffic implications as I see them arising from 581, 585 West Putnam. Exits from the complex directly onto West Putnam are restricted to right-hand turns only, westbound to New York. However, many or most of 581, 585's customers and residents who work and live in Greenwich will be headed eastbound to Greenwich. So, the traffic plan directs all eastbound traffic to exit via Valley Drive and left onto West Putnam from a designated lane, or exit by backtracking onto Weaver Street to the West Putnam Holly Hill light. Given that scenario, most will choose the more convenient Valley Drive exit and queue up on Valley Drive to turn left, or drive north, adding car volume the full stretch of Valley Drive to Glenville Road. At congested times, our ever helpful navigation apps like Waze will direct drivers to side residential streets, adding volume to windy, narrow roads and posing risks to drivers attempting to turn left onto the post road without traffic light assistance. Road congestion all along Putnam Avenue is a real problem for all of us in Greenwich. One look at the traffic congestion around Whole Foods highlights the frustration we all experience trying to get around town. We are faced with similar congestion issues at the entrance to Citarella on West Putnam Avenue. The traffic study there was flawed. As a resident, I daily witness the backlog of drivers queuing up to turn left or even to turn right into Citarella's parking lot, essentially turning West Putnam into a one-lane road in both directions. The large supermarket that is proposed at the 581, 585 complex raises issues about how large tractor trailers are going to deliver their supplies. Those waiting to unload or turn around and back up will have no choice but to queue up or back up on West Putnam Avenue. This has the potential to frequently block traffic for long periods of time on West Putnam. Going back to Valley Drive is a tricky, dangerous road with traffic that is complicated by the post office and the daycare center. This past December, a car accident occurred at the daycare center when a parent with a departing child turned left onto Valley Drive and directly hit an oncoming northbound car. It was late afternoon, dark, and traffic was busy on both sides of the street. With so much traffic, the unsuspecting driver had no means to avoid the accident. Luckily, no one was hurt. It is important to note that the proposed roadway from 581-585 letting out onto Valley Drive is only 100 to 150 feet away from this very same child care center. We should not be introducing an influx of traffic that jeopardizes our safety of the residents and the children in the area and severely encroaching on our residential quality of life. I cannot emphasize enough my concerns about the negative impact of these two proposed developments, especially as it pertains to safety and traffic. I respectfully ask the Commission to deny this application due to the host of implications that these two massive projects will have on our neighborhood, West Putnam, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Linda Bruno, followed by Nick Cataldo.
Ma'am, I don't believe we have an email from you.
No, you don't have an email from me. I will submit my comments this evening, and I will read them, but I'm going to reduce them a little bit because some of my comments the previous speaker has covered.
Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to address you tonight. Yes, my name is Linda Bruno, and I live at 81 Valley Drive. If you're coming from Putnam Avenue, this is the part of Valley Drive just past the Georgetown North condos, where Valley Drive bears to the right and Upland Drive begins. I've lived at 81 Valley for 26 years. For many years, I worked in New York, so I was on Valley Drive at the morning and evening rush hour. For the past 5 years, I retired, and so now I'm on Valley Drive many times throughout the day and evening. And for all of the 26 years, I've walked my 2 dogs on and near Valley Drive. So I would like to raise the following concerns about the proposed complex in terms of pedestrian and vehicular safety. So as the previous speaker stated, or I would like to just reiterate, many drivers use Valley Drive as a cut-through from Glenville Road to Putnam Avenue. And this is evident throughout the day, but especially in the morning and evening. There are often, I've looked at often 8 or more cars at the current traffic light waiting to turn left and right onto Putnam Avenue. So obviously this would increase enormously, and if I understood the comments from one of the applicant's representative, the fact that that it's not expected or perhaps needed, if I understood correctly, that they would need to change the traffic light delays and so forth, and the amount of time you get to turn left, that's hard to believe. The proposed new driveway between buildings 8 and 9 of the Greenwich Office Park, the new driveway they're talking about, obviously creates a back entrance to the new complex, enabling motorists to completely avoid Putnam Avenue. This is going to create a new subset of motorists on Valley who would head to the site, especially the supermarket. It's likely that nearby streets such as Edgewood Drive, Oak Street, and Hemlock would become part of the route to the complex. This increased traffic would create safety hazards for pedestrians in the area and change the feel of the neighborhood, which is pretty quiet at this time. I also think that the proposed new 2-way driveway on Valley Drive is too close to Putnam Avenue. Cars turning left from that driveway to go north on Valley would face a difficult and potentially dangerous turn given the number of cars already on Valley going in both directions. I'd also like to highlight, which is known in a general way, that there are 7 other commercial driveways in the short span of Valley Drive between Putnam Avenue and the current entrance to the office park. So I'm speaking about the entrance and exit driveways of number 15 Valley, the entrance and exit 25 Valley, the entrance and exit of the post office, and the current two-way driveway of the Greenwich Office Park. Depending on the time of day, it can be difficult for cars to exit from these driveways and for motorists on Valley Drive to avoid cars that are exiting. Increased traffic from a residential and retail complex, as well as a new two-way driveway, would make this situation almost impossible. And finally, speaking from years of experience as a pedestrian on Valley Drive, I can tell you that if the proposed complex would result in difficulties and dangerous situations for motorists, it would be equally bad for pedestrians. Although there is a sidewalk on one side of Valley Drive stretching from the post office to the back of the Riverside Service Center, pedestrians must cross the 6 driveways that I just noted. The area close to the current traffic light on the side of Riverside Service is particularly dangerous given the many cars intent on beating the light before it changes. An additional driveway and increased traffic only increases the risk. Farther down on Valley Drive, there is no sidewalk next to the current entrance of the office park, and the shoulder is very narrow. This is another dangerous area for walkers. In summary, I believe that Valley Drive and its nearby smaller streets cannot support the increased traffic and associated dangers from a complex of this magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nick Cataldo, followed by John Cooper.
As you may recall, I am not Nick Cataldo. I just have one comment. Nick was planning to be here.
This is Mr. Lavery again.
I'm sorry. Nick Cataldo is attending a hockey tournament game of one of his children this evening. He hoped to be here by 9:30, and I guess he's not. He asked one of us, which I've raised my hand, to read his comments into the record, if that's acceptable. If not, I won't, and I can just submit them as you wish.
It's your decision. We do have
I
the
think I can
original-
read it in 2.5 minutes, and I think his credentials
Original
are...
submission from him, we do have an email from him on file,
Right.
and we've all read it, but
Okay.
if you would like to add to that?
Right.
Is it the same email?
No, this is comments Nick prepared yesterday or today, and regrettably, I cannot speak in any detail about any overlap with what he said before. So, how do I say this? His name is Nick Cataldo. He's a 27-year Greenwich resident. He is an engineer by trade and a member of the Greenwich Neighborhood Preservation Association, also known as GNPA. He has been a GNPA member involved in forensic studies of the properties of proposed developments in Greenwich for the last 8 years. In reviewing the documents and plans that have been submitted to date, it is clear that for 581, 585, as proposed, the magnitude of multiple buildings and the sheer size and fit into the community impose upon safety, increase traffic, and impact the quality of life of nearby residential neighborhoods. These neighborhoods include Alden Road, Weaver Street, Hemlock Drive, Oak Street, and Edgewood Drive. The parking needs, traffic, and safety risks associated with all these projects combined have not been accurately and clearly defined based on what has been presented to date. And I'm not sure if that includes the great submission that was available over the weekend. One parking spot per office at 500 does not include physician assistants. This impacts overall parking counts and changes the occupancy.
If you could just skip the part about 500, 600, because we
Sorry,
don't have that
okay.
open at the moment.
Okay. Increased traffic onto Valley Drive westbound has not been taken into account, and that impacts residential neighborhoods, and the comment was made from the commission before that Waze and GPS may direct drivers out of the complexes to take back roads that were not designed for residential purposes, not heavy exiting traffic. The traffic study highlights that Weaver Street traffic conditions will drop a grade due to this project. The other area of traffic that has not been properly analyzed, but has been mentioned this evening, is the flow of tractor trailers in and out of the tight access roads to deliver to a restaurant and a supermarket. It has also been identified that today major traffic issues exist at the corner of West Putnam Avenue and Valley Drive, as well as queuing for left turns into Citarella. Since the applicant owns all of these properties, why not correct the existing traffic problems today before we consider these applications and adding additional traffic and pedestrians to already dangerous walkways and streets? The neighbors directly abutting this new development will be impacted by lighting, etc. In summary, there is an imbalance of this application in many ways. What else? The applicant should present a more fit design for the surrounding areas on West Putnam Avenue, the existing adjoining office park. We, the neighboring community, respectfully ask the P&Z Board and the Commission to deny this application as it has been submitted to protect the safety and quality of life of Greenwich as we know it, as we know it today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
John Cooper, followed by Karen Mayra.
Okay, so,
Karen Mayra. Mayra.
and we do have an email from Mr. Cooper on file, and it's in the record, and the commission has all received it.
I'm Karen Mara, and I've lived in Greenwich for 25 years, always at the western side of town, so I've been driving up and down this stretch of the Post Road for 25 years with my children and family. And I just wanted to give you my general impression of how things have changed, because for me, it's a gradual process. I've been watching this development, and I don't think it's always been the best kind of development. It is looking more like White Plains. The traffic is getting more and more complex. I find with Citarella there in particular that it's very dangerous when I pull in and out of the very narrow spaces and trying to cross multiple lanes of traffic, and the lights are going, and there's many people, that it doesn't feel like it used to, and it's been such a gradual process of change that to have this huge block of a building come up across the street from an area that's already difficult, and that I don't even want to walk there anymore. I used to walk in that neighborhood. I don't anymore because it doesn't feel the same. It feels urban. It feels like a strip mall stretch where it used to feel like part of Greenwich. And I think this is a gradual process that I hate to see continue without addressing that it's just a large block of a building with way too much density. It doesn't feel like the town of Greenwich that I know and love.
Thank you, ma'am, and we do have an email from you also on file, and the commission has seen it.
Okay, thank you.
Veronica Richter, followed by Judith Moretti.
Hi, my name is Veronica Richter. I'm a 10-year resident of Greenwich. My concerns about this project pertain to its long-term offering of moderate rent opportunity for teachers and whomever it is that needs. I'm unconvinced that this is going to provide a long-term solution given normal market forces in a place that's very expensive to live in. We have a home in Lake Placid which faces the same concern about regular normal people being able to afford to live there, and they have also not been able to come up with a solution that provides a long-term affordable option without the initial offering may be affordable, but the natural market forces drive the rents up. So without rent control,
But ours are locked in. It's locked in at the moderate income level. They deed restrict it. So it can't the owner can't wake up one day and decide that he wants more rent.
And how do teachers and I heard the comment that teachers and police people and whatnot have the priority.
You submit your name, and I believe that there's a waiting list.
But how is that regulated?
We have a person in the Planning and Zoning Department who administers that and makes sure that the list is right, that the incomes are available, and verifies the rents that are being charged. That
You're absolutely right. It's a regulatory. Katie, the
But
person
we-
reports to Katie, so you'd like to elaborate?
We are not actually the administrator of the units. Each building is responsible for that. And that's part of what is noted in their marketability plan for the project. Each project is deed restricted for 40 years. The ones in the old regulations are in perpetuity. The new regulation states for 40 years. The housing specialist, it is the person that works in the department. They verify and review what's been submitted to the town. We also put out the annual income limits. That's based on the average income of town employees. And we also run the lottery should there be more than one person who's eligible. So we run a lottery system. There's no standing waiting list. Each individual unit that becomes available is offered up again to
The affordables
anyone.
have the waiting list.
The moderates, yeah, but there's no there's no waiting list that the town holds for any of the either moderate or affordable units.
And then how did the 20%, why is it 20%? Like, why isn't it 100%?
Right, that was based on the
But if you're trying to fill
we
that
wrote the
market.
right, so it was based on an extensive study that Ms. Albin was referring to before, that was done in the creation of the regulation, started with the Housing Task Force and the Community Development Partnership. So that was determined at that time to be the appropriate level, because we had it before at different numbers, and as the chairman was explaining, we weren't able to get enough units in the town. It wasn't attractive for developers.
So we went to 20%, and it took 5 years for the task force, and it wasn't us, it was resident task force, to develop our regulations that mandate 20%. That's fairly common number in the state of Connecticut. Inclusionary zoning is what it's called technically, and it's 20%. That is the number that works for developers. There are buildings that are 100% affordable, but those would be owned by not even the housing authority has 100% affordable.
No.
There are higher percents, how about that? But that's at a different level.
I remain opposed,
Yeah,
given the
okay.
trade-off with the aesthetics and whatnot.
Yeah,
of the-
understood. But just, we're trying to clarify that if people don't like the regulation we have, we need to work on that regulation as opposed to the building itself. There are two issues at play here. That's what we were trying to make clear.
There's only one issue this evening, because there's only one regulation.
Right.
Changing a regulation is not on the docket.
No,
Got it.
right,
All right,
sorry.
thank you.
Is that fair enough? Okay, Nick.
Judith
Thank you, ma'am.
Moretti.
Yes, Judith Moretti, Townie,
Don't have an
Pembroke.
email from you either.
No email. I've been kind of busy with some health issues. But anyway,
Well, thank you for coming.
Townie, I've been here forever. I agree with all my neighbors that have spoken, the Valley Drive people, etc. I'm in Pembroke. We're experiencing some flashbacks with traffic and cut through and different things that have gone on, through the years. But my main concern tonight is that West Putnam Avenue, somehow or the other, with my schedule of working, eating, and sleeping, West Putnam Avenue has been like confiscated and in a siege of every little piece of everything that's there has to have something on it. Tall, wide, lit, whatever. And I just think that if the commission could please zero in on the development that's before you, and I know you have, and anything future that's going to go on, particularly on West Putnam Avenue. We have dealerships, cars, it's just too much now. It's overdone. And I do appreciate you thinking about moderate income housing for developers to work it in with their project. But when you put people in apartments, they also need services. They need school services. And we have to think about the area, what's full, what isn't full. So I'm happy to be here, And I'm happy that everybody is, Hamilton Avenue, I believe,
It's Ham Ave?
probably. I think Glenville's, too far, but Hamilton Avenue, which is pretty full. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to watch all of your concentration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. There's a second listed. No, wow, okay. Somebody would like to speak in the back. Mrs. Stouffer. And we don't have a submission from you either, ma'am.
So I'm speaking tonight. I'm Valerie Stauffer. I served for over 10 years as chairman of District 7. This project actually falls within District 7. I personally don't live anywhere a couple miles away, but I feel responsible and involved in the community and District 7, but the entire town. I also served on the prior committee that wrote the POCD. At that time, we put in the recommendation for moderate cost housing, but we also had the strong support for the residential communities. And as I've gone to hearings again, for this upcoming POCD, the residents of Greenwich want their communities and their residences. And the sad aspect of this development is it has the potential to destroy, severely impact the lifestyle and the quality of life of the homeowners, and as a result, their actual valuation of their homes. I'm no traffic engineer, but I shop at Citarella and CVS. Somehow those got built and developed, but the traffic, I mean, just today there was one of those drop-off, developing a major truck, and the traffic stretched out into the post road, impacting traffic coming in both directions, so I can't imagine an additional supermarket restaurant there. We also have to consider infrastructure, the sewers, and I think what's bothering a lot of people is just the entire scale of this development. It's, I won't call it White Plains, I was just in Bethesda, Maryland, which in the last 6-7 years has suddenly bloomed into, my son owns a 2-story townhouse, and it's surrounded by 6-story apartments. And the proponents of this development speak of their goals of marketability and functionality. I want to put in a plea for the lifestyle of the residents and all of us in Greenwich who are looking for the quality of life that brought us to Greenwich. Thank you so much. Thank you for serving. I know it's a tough job. Lots of hours.
Do we have anybody else who would like to speak? Yes, ma'am. And there was a gentleman in the side. I recognize you.
Hi, my name is Wynn McDaniel. I'm also from District 7.
Hello.
And although the current proposal doesn't, my home doesn't abut the current proposal, I still feel it's part of my neighborhood. And I would just ask, as far as the traffic study has gone, and I would just ask you to question that. Have any of you driven through West Putnam and Valley Road? I mean, it is really scary. A lot of people walking.
Doing it regularly, actually.
Okay, so you know, and as far as when CVS was built, you used to be able to take a left-hand turn. So for the traffic that's going towards Portchester, the traffic is almost impossible. You can't take a left into CVS. Even at the light at CVS, it's very difficult. I go around the back way by the Corvo's Deli to get into CVS now because I just can't even turn left. The other thing is Valley Road. I'm very concerned about the post office. Whenever I have to go to the post office, I time it so that I take a right turn because to take a left turn out of the post office is a very scary event. So if you haven't done that, I really recommend you all try that. And I would just suggest relook at this, this traffic study, because it is really a serious issue on West Putnam.
You know, it's a fun, you got the traffic counts the other day for the Post Road, right? And how much they've changed? No, I asked you for them.
Right.
Yeah, we're asking for that for the POCD. We're looking into it because yours isn't the only part of town where people have trouble turning left. It's across the Post Road, and we were just looking at what the volume, we just asked to get the volumes of what has happened along the whole corridor.
But they're available on the DOT's website, but they're very difficult to understand. So we actually asked our the Council of Governments, the regional agency, to decipher them for us, which
And help us because you can't turn. There's a whole bunch of spots where you just can't make that turn anymore, and you have to go the long way. So agreed. And the second most often comment for the POCD is in fact traffic all over town. So sorry, I didn't mean to take us down the rabbit hole as opposed to the bunny hole. But we are aware.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
The only other thing I just wanted to add was the Citarella issue. I mean, it is a serious issue because the cars stop on the Post Road to turn in, and that's just an accident waiting to happen. So please relook at that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, sir, you're next. And then one more, two more people, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry. Brian Rainey, District 9, and
good to see you again.
yep, just off Pemberwick Road, and this is actually our backyard. I walk my kids over to the post office all the time. They love to feed the ducks at the Greenwich Office Park. It's a little highlight of our weekend often. I submitted email comments. I believe you should have them.
Yes.
Density, traffic. I'd like to highlight pedestrian traffic again, crossing the post road to get to Chitterella. And if there's another grocer across the street, it's going to be back and forth depending on where you want to eat lunch. It's quite a problem with people just wandering out in the street as it appears when you're cruising down Route 1. I believe in some emails there was a note that there was, quote, a lack of response from the neighbors up until this point. And I'd like to point out that oftentimes we don't know what's going on, and we're very busy. It's a working class neighborhood. We have jobs and kids and parents.
How can we reach you better?
I'd like to say that through the newspaper, but the newspaper is often quite late and lacking in detail.
I'm sorry. The Greenwich Time reporter is just slinking down in his chair.
Hi, yes. Yes,
Okay.
2 days late, and we'll talk about accuracy another time.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
Talk
so,
to us. So just,
so, yeah, we're rather busy, and the Pemberwick Glenville Association does not meet all that often, so when we do, it seems to be about these type of projects, because this one, let's call this 4, and the next one will be 5 that we've dealt with in, I believe, the last year. So we're getting tired of it, and we look forward to the POCD solving that, but we're getting tired of it.
Going to take people's cars away from them? I mean, I don't know what you do about traffic. That's what we're going to see. But anyway, go ahead.
Traffic,
Yep, go ahead. sir, I'm
appearance,
sorry.
aesthetics, there's,
Yep.
yeah, the whole thing. So, and you've received all those comments. It's interesting, things don't hit you, and the traffic studies, well, it's a study, but that doesn't show what things actually turn out like. And looking at the drawing, there's a right turn off of Putnam into the parking lot. There's a right turn out of Valley, and then a right turn back onto Putnam. God forbid these people are a victim of their own success, and we have just a complete mess of everyone trying to turn right and not going anywhere. So I urge you to look very carefully at what this is going to do to traffic just on that side of the road, let alone if the other development goes through and the interaction with Chitterella across the street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rainey, just for your information, actually, for everybody's information, you can sign up on the town website get an agenda sent to you by email for practically every single department. So you can actually go, as soon as the agendas are posted, there's a flash email that goes out to you. As well as our department actually has a section of our part of the website that has pending projects on it.
And we did send it to the association. I just checked with Mrs. DeLuca, and it went to the application.
For tonight?
No, ages ago.
Ages
when it
ago?
first-
Okay.
So it did go, but again, everybody's busy, and sometimes okay. All right,
Thank you.
Ma'am, in the back. Oh, Susie? Wait, you were first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm short. I mean, I will be short. Short. My
we do have
comments have been submitted, and thank you. Thank you for all you do. I will just say what I always say as a Susie Baker, as a conservation commissioner for the town of Greenwich. If you're going to err, please err on the side of conservation, because then you can always go back and make changes. Also, as a conservation commissioner, I was part of the preparation of the 2009 POCD, and so I hope you will honor all those things. And when you think of this corridor of West Putnam, and as it develops commercially, think of the things you're going to lose. Not just open space, not just the natural topography as you blast away the Earth's crust, but you will be losing wildlife corridors. You will be gaining light pollution, as Lynn alluded to, noise pollution, and I really worry about the air quality with such increased density of not only people, but cars. So I think there's a lot to think about when you make this decision, because it will be precedent setting for that whole corridor. Thanks for all the good work you do.
Thank you.
And thanks for listening to all of us.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, I'm sorry you got postponed.
I'm Allison Walsh. I'm a lawyer and a resident of District 3, Chickahominy. I'm also an RTM member, so I'm pretty busy doing Walsh, W-A-L-S-H. So I apologize, I didn't submit
No,
testimony.
that's okay,
that
it's
involved
fine.
earlier.
It's just that we want people to know we got it, we read it.
Yeah, thank you. So I live in Putnam Green, which is a townhouse kind of complex of apartments in Chickahominy in District 3, and was built probably in the 1950s, sensibly along the lines of the rock outcroppings. There's very tall, beautiful trees. It's a walkable, really beautiful community as apartment communities go. I mean, it fits with the town of Greenwich. And I also came to Greenwich when I was in college, so I remember I actually worked at 600 West Putnam Avenue for the Penn Central Corporation when it was there. And I remember a slower, more bucolic, more beautiful Greenwich. And we all, I think, probably everybody in this room, we live here for the natural beauty, for the trees, the rock outcroppings, the sound, and the natural beauty, the natural environment that it's, and the charm that is going away. And let's face it, this stretch of Western Greenwich, of Putnam Avenue, is the less beautiful part of Putnam Avenue, the less well-preserved part of Putnam Avenue. Already too much concrete, too few trees. Those willows at 600 Putnam Avenue were pretty much the only trees that I really look at every day. I really want to talk about the traffic because I've lived in this complex for 7 years now, over 7 years, just over 7 years. And since CVS and Citarella came in, I've noticed pretty much a doubling of traffic coming up over the road from Portchester or Rybrook. And I see traffic accidents on a regular basis. I am terrified to drive on Putnam Avenue, and it's not just in my part of town, but seriously, from about 3 o'clock in the afternoon through 7:30 at night, it's a demolition derby there. And my neighbor was seriously injured at Putnam Avenue trying to make a left. She wasn't actually trying to make a left. She was behind somebody who was trying to make a left toward on the CVS side of Weaver Street, and somebody behind her just came barreling down the street and rammed into her. She was seriously injured. the backlog onto from the Citarella parking lot, which is Citarella is just way too close to the road. There's not enough parking lot. There's not enough setback, and there's cars parked on Putnam Avenue waiting to get into it, like a exit off of I-95 and a backup on a highway. It's dangerous. So that's really important. And I don't. Maybe I'm wrong. I've heard that we don't have a professional staff traffic planner here in Greenwich, and given that these proposals propose major changes, two major developments right across the street from each other, I would submit that we need to have a professional traffic planner who does this for us, not on behalf of the developers. And I would just say that I think that if we significantly change the character of the town by creating what it will surely be a traffic nightmare if these two developments go across the street from each other, making not just the Weaver Street intersection dangerous, but also now the Valley Road one dangerous, then, you know, the people who love Greenwich and want to stay will leave. I do also go to the post office on Valley Road, so I just want to speak to that a little bit, and my pediatrician is on Valley Road. So I've been making a left turn out of there for 7 years, and it's dangerous, it's treacherous, because it's a windy road, people are coming down it too fast, and it's sort of almost a blind curve when you're making a left out of that post office. It's a very dangerous place to be, so I'm not surprised that there's been an accident. I really think that if Mr. Ferrari wanted to do the community a service, he could take that western side of the lot that he owns and make it into a nice modernist, you know, building on a rock outcropping. That's a restaurant that the people in the office park could go to, and they would walk there, and they'd be really grateful because they now cross the street to go to Citarella. Yeah, I think that we say that we want mixed, you know, new kinds of affordable housing in town, and I think that we really probably, if you go individual community by community, we really don't want it in our part of town. We don't want big apartment buildings like Stamford has or White Plains has. We don't want to, you know, and I think that if we clog the artery that is the main spine of our town with too many grocery stores, we don't need another grocery store. And I've heard it's going to be a Trader Joe's, attracting more people from Westchester County coming to get their Trader Joe's. If you want to develop housing, you should be doing in the high-density areas near the train stations so that people can walk to the train stations. We've probably all been reading about climate-smart communities for the past 20 years. I think that that's the way to go. And if this POCD is not going to be an exercise in futility, we really need to think about what the community is saying we want and not what individual developers want on a given day. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. You were first, and then Mr. DeMarco.
Thank you.
I know the clock, everybody was ignoring it. So Katie turned it off because people kept talking when the clock went off. So if you can stay within 3 minutes, we'd be grateful because we have.
I can do that. Okay.
We have a lot of applications still to go.
Okay. My name is John Ryan. I live at 61 Weaver Street. I abut the Greenwich Office Park, and I also abut the Pheasant Run Townhomes. So I'm about a quarter mile from this project. I believe that the two parcels need to be revitalized. What I debate with is the alternatives that the developer's looking at. The developer is here, I understand, playing by the rules. At the same time, we need to address the concerns of the community and come back to the developer and say, we need to put some restrictions on this project to address lighting, noise, many concerns. And if we don't work with the developer to accomplish something that's profitable for them, then the alternative may be they're going to build 50,000 square feet of more office space. Please, no more office space. We have so much of it in that corridor right now. I personally believe there's a difference in the commercial commuter versus the person that lives in our town. And I find that people speed by my house at 50 miles an hour. they don't live in our town. They live somewhere else. They're racing out of the office park to go home. And I also feel that there's a concentration issue of the times that these people fly by my house. It's the commuting hours. And so I'm curious about how the traffic is actually different if we were to put a residential component onto these parcels. Does it actually increase the traffic during those commuter hours? I think it may not. I think it might actually be the opposite, that we actually see lesser traffic during those commercial commuter hours compared to if the developer turns around and develops this space as 50,000 square feet of more office space. So I feel as though this project, as presented right now, it has some issues that have to be addressed for the benefit of the community. I think it'll soften a very commercial part of West Putnam. I'm thankful it's not a car dealership. I think the sewer improvement offered by the developer is important because that has come up with other projects, including Post Road Iron Works. I don't remember that developer exactly offering the same thing from the get-go.
No, they were going to line it, you're right.
Okay. We need more moderate income housing in town. It seems like many of these types of projects come forward. Maybe they're too big, like Post Road Iron Works, and they get declined. We don't get our moderate income housing. So it seems like that we need to find some sort of middle ground where we can work with the developers and come to a compromise so we can get this moderate income housing and allow the developer to make some money at the same time so that they complete the project.
To refresh everybody's memory, Post Road Iron Works was 355 units.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. And finally, realize these are some suggestions that have been brought up tonight, but also maybe more issues for architectural review, but good screening is very important with all these projects. The caliber of the trees is critical. Seeing thin sticks coming out of the ground in front of these structures isn't going to cut it, so there needs to be more attention to detail when it comes to that. I believe that should be a restaurant in the base level, not a supermarket. We don't need another supermarket, and the trucks for supermarkets are that much larger, as other people have mentioned. The garage facade, I believe, should be like the Audi dealership, where it doesn't look like a garage. I think there should be some attention to that as well. I think some of that screening, just like they use with the Audi dealership, with a shadow type effect, could block light from exiting the structure and disturbing any of the residences nearby. And finally, the vehicular connector connecting to the office park, I'm actually thinking that might be better served as a pedestrian connector because a lot of people walk their dogs in the office park, and I'm not sure we want to take the risk that we're going to have traffic zooming through the office park and this new development. So I actually imagine that a pedestrian connector might be a better alternative. And
So Mr. Fox's minute.
okay, and that's it for my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. DeMarco.
Officially, Vincent DeMarco.
3 minutes would be good.
Okay. I know you got a couple of different letters, but not specifically opposed or in favor. So I'll try to be really brief here. And to the point that the Pembroke Glenville Association was a little late to the game in getting the word out to people, I take the blame for that. I know you guys did a good job sending us information after we asked for it. But I'd have to go back to the beginning and say that I don't believe that we're being proactive enough as a town with our developers. We're really fortunate to have John Ferrari, who will work with us. I believe, I personally believe he does have the best interest of the town in mind. And I think we need to work with him earlier, talk to the developers about what we, the town, would like to have and where. To put another supermarket across from Citarella, I think it's a bad idea, as another number of people say. Just look at the situation of Dunkin' Donuts across from McDonald's. It's the same situation. It'll be even worse. So in terms of another supermarket, overall, 777 West Putnam, if that was the supermarket down there, that makes more sense. It's already enclosed, the parking lot is enclosed, it wouldn't affect the neighborhood traffic and all of that. So I think that we need to be more proactive, look at where we really want our development to be. As far as this specific project goes, housing, okay, I get it, workforce housing, really important, okay. But I believe senior housing is even more important. If we keep families out of properties like that and put seniors into those properties, they don't put a strain on the schools, they don't put a strain on traffic as much as family housing would. I would love to see my mom be able to live in a place like that where she can walk across the street to the bank or to Citarella or take a bus or a shuttle someplace off the post road. And I know there's a number of people in our neighborhoods, Pembroke, Glenville neighborhoods in particular, living in their nest eggs. They're getting older in their years. They really can't stay in their houses. They need a place to move to. Let them move into places like this and let families move into those houses to revitalize our neighborhoods. That's the way I think we should be thinking. Back to the projects, that specific project itself, everybody in this room is, and every project that comes up, don't take away our cars, don't take away our mobility. We need to be able to drive, and it needs to be safe, and I don't want anybody blocking me. Please, let's see whatever we can do, ask the developer whatever he can do to make it not just pedestrian friendly, make it transit friendly, make it bicycle friendly, make it scooter friendly. Make it such that people start to think they don't have to drive everywhere they have to go. We need to do this desperately, or we're going to choke on traffic. Any distance from this project should have sidewalks. Any distance that anyone can walk to a project needs to have sidewalks. There are gaps that have been on our sidewalks on the Post Road for decades, and we've never filled them. Ask the developer to improve that. It's only right. It's only good for his project as well. So I'll get off. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Scanning room. Okay. I think we're, oh, one more. I took a breath.
Thank you. My name's Craig Huber. I live on Oak Street here in Greenwich for the last 17 years. I guess I have 4 things I wanted to cover. One, you asked early on.
I have an email from you as well, and it's in the record.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate your time on all this. You asked earlier on, like, I was one of the people here that really didn't know this project was even happening, to be honest with you. And it just seems like, in my mind, it's sort of a breakdown that only, my understanding is letters only go out to people that are adjacent to projects that are being proposed and stuff. So I understand that. But something of this size, it really should be going out to something maybe within a half-a-mile radius at least, every house in the area. And this impacts all of us.
That's why we send it to the neighborhood associations as well. It just.
I'm not trying to assign blame, but it's just not getting to us. I mean,
Right.
like the other gentleman said, we didn't know this was happening. Anyhow, I'm horrified by the size of this as well as other projects that have been proposed. I feel like I've been fighting this stuff for like the last 10 years along West Putnam. It's just getting to be ridiculous here. We certainly didn't sign up for this when we first moved here back in the early 17, 18 years ago. Anyhow, that's one point. Secondly, on this traffic report issue, no disrespect to you at all on this, but I don't come to a lot of these, but when I do come to these, I've never once seen a traffic study hired by the applicant that said anything remotely to protect the residents. It's always to defend that. And I understand who they're being paid for. But us as a town should be hiring somebody to do this.
We do. We have somebody called Beta. It's our consultant. And every time we do a big project, we send everything out to them. They send in questions, and it's iterative. So although we don't have that level of specialization in the town, we do have a consultant who looks at all these things and pokes at it and asks questions.
Has that happened here from your vantage point so far?
Yes, it has. Yes, they've been back to us, what, 3, 4 times already?
We do have a traffic division, or traffic, people that deal with traffic within our Department of Public Works. But as you saw, the reports that come in, they're thick and they're extensive. So we always do send those bigger projects, as the chairman's saying, out to the consultant who can really do a deep dive, and they work in coordination with our DPW. But we have 2 reviews in other ways. So we have our internal people that can handle projects of this size, but we also send it out to a third-party consultant that the town pays for.
And my ask is the conclusion of that report coming up with that this will be a similar situation to what we've had to deal with, the Whole Foods is. I mean, it's an absolute nightmare going by Whole Foods. My neighbors are 100% correct here. This is going to be just like that. I mean, just you guys all know driving through that part of town certain times of day is a bloody nightmare, and this will be too.
Okay, so here's the thing with Whole Foods. I'm going to say it fast. It was an AMP that was an abysmal failure. And so you were allowed to put another supermarket there, and Whole Foods was a home run. The town had approved this AMP that it was no problem. So Whole Foods could come in as well. Okay, that's the end of that, but that's why it doesn't work, because, so go ahead, so the traffic, go ahead.
The traffic, I just want to say, I and my neighbors would be very annoyed if and when the traffic on our residential streets gets a lot worse than it is currently. Just put that on the record. And then, lastly, if I could just say, this whole idea, it bothers me, taking out, was it 31,000 cubic feet of rock in front of the project here? I'd just like to ask, how long is it going to take to blast that all away?
You guys know?
What's that?
It might have been in the report.
We'll ask the applicant.
We've got a list of questions we're going to ask the applicant.
I guess the point of that is there a way to do the project like what other neighbors have suggested, to leave that all in there? I mean, why should we be subjected to many months of blasting and take that out to make it look worse than the front?
Okay.
That's the bottom line.
All right, so
Thank
the
you.
blasting and the traffic. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you,
thank
sir.
you.
And I believe with that, the public comment is done. And Mr. Tessie, are you still with us? And commissioners, would you like some follow-up questions?
We would like to respond to a number of comments, to all of the comments, actually. And appreciated the constructive comments, but there are certain other comments that are just basically suggesting that these properties should never be occupied in any reasonable fashion. And that's where we have to get back to reality, as I said earlier. But before I do that and finish up, I'd like Mr. Studer to get up, because he's going to address actually a number of items. One is going to be lighting, an effect on residential properties to the north. There's been a lot of allusion. A number of speakers alluded to light on our properties adversely affecting their homes. Got to be at least 1,000 feet away between buildings. So I think we should try to dispel with various myths and deal with reality. Mr. Studer can also talk about pedestrian circulation, maybe answer some questions, whether it's from Mr. Fox or others on that subject.
We have the lighting plans. Maybe you could bring the easel over here and turn it towards the public so that, public is leaving. Okay, people who want to hear about the lighting and were concerned, they're going to address it. Okay, maybe not so interested.
I think this,
Just leave it then, because it seems like people are not.
well, I think it's important for this commission to understand it because, as I said, I could understand it gets later. Oh, those are your notes? Oh, pretty. I can't draw like that. But we're here to deal with you. You're here to take every, comment and weigh the comment, and also, at the end of the day, make a decision based upon facts, not conjecture or opinion.
Again, my name is Craig Studer, Studer Design Associates, landscape architect for the applicant. I'm going to walk up there. I think I'm taller than John, so I can reach up to higher.
I believe you are.
And Rich, you want to stand next to me? No, I'm kidding. This is, for orientation, I don't know if my head is probably bigger than most too. No, but here's the CVS building. Here's our development at 400. This is Cinderella. This is the new building and the parking garage. Parking garage is tucked in behind the proposed new building. We have, and I'll probably mess up the numbers, 800, what are the numbers, 9? Okay. Those three buildings are higher than the streetscape of these proposed thing. The garage and the rooftop, and as we call it, the rooftop, the top level of the garage is lower than this building here. The neighbors that we're referring to are where? They left us. Here's a subdivision, here's Valley Road. Right here's the closest neighbor, right on the end of the cul-de-sac. I'm sorry, ma'am? Okay. I'm going to just refer to it as the closest house at that cul-de-sac. There are buildings in the way. This topography is high. We are dropping down a good 20-something feet down to this area where our streetscape is. And on that streetscape, a lot of that lighting are bollards all up in here, which are only 30 inches high. There are some street poles here that we also have some trees near that lighting. And again, that's at a lower elevation. On the garage, we have proposed parapet walls. And somebody said, what do we make? Let's make the backside of this garage look nice. All the facades of this garage look nice. There is a screen, just like one of the car dealerships that was referred to, and green screen, plant material that are going to grow up against that building. So you're not going to see that garage, and you're certainly not going to see the lighting, because imagine a parapet being a little bit more than 36 inches, I think that parapet is, and any headlights are lower than that. Our lighting, let's just say these are the stripes on the ground, you know, for the thing. We have lights on that parapet that shine down. Basically, they're wall lights or path lights that are illuminating that garage. They're not poles on top of the garage, which would be a concern. Now, so that's just one thing. And then you got the parapet. Now they're shining in, not out. We do photometrics. It's math. You can't lie about math. They say you can't lie. You can prove anything with statistics. You can't lie about mathematics. We have sent out the plans. We have photometrics, and we show that there is no light, no foot candles, measurable foot candles of that light spreading off of the property. Any light fixtures that we have are full cutoff. In other words, they're dark scar lighting. The light only comes down. It's not designed to spread out. But the biggest thing is, one, the distance, two, the topography. This is actually a huge mound between that house and here. A lot of trees, a building. We're down in a hole. We got a new building. You're not going to see any lights, I guarantee you. I'm going to walk back to my notes that...
So while you're walking...
Yes, ma'am.
It was interesting, something that didn't come up in the public comment, and we touched a little bit on last time and a lot previous times. What they did talk about in the emails is a concern about the streetscape and losing the outcropping. When I parked across and looked at it, that outcropping provides a visual buffer. There's no question about that. And when your landscaping, your trees are set back from where that outcropping is now, and I think I know what you're going to say, but is there any way you can bring a tree line forward closer to the street to have that same kind of buffer impact visually that the rock does now? Because people are asking us for trees and natural environment, and I get that we've asked you before why they had to get rid of the outcropping. Right. Okay, go.
Okay. I'm going to answer that in a number of ways.
Well, briefly would be really good.
I'm not brief, am I? No. Can we just put up the overall? Not the overall mine. Not that one, the next plan?
That
site
one.
plan. Okay. First of all, in the design of both these things, our directive, and I believe it came indirectly from the planning board, is that we wanted to pull these things back off the street.
You did.
We talked
We
and
told you that.
on both sides. We have trees here. We also installed a few or want to.
Closer to the street. You see what, if your trees are along the curve
Yeah.
on the inner driveway. What I'm talking
is a
about
walk.
is pulling it down by the, even if it has to go down to the sidewalk.
Yes. Okay.
Because you create then a softening of that streetscape, which is, I think, what people are driving at. It's not a monster
Right.
issue, if you can get the trees to take there.
Okay, I'm going to answer that in two ways. This is state property, this is the property line, this is the highway. So the trees in here, we would have to ask for special permission. I don't think we would have any issue putting in additional trees there. There is several layers of trees here, 3 layers.
Yeah, I
What
want to go to the right some more.
Yeah, right in here, you're
No, further forward, back into the post road, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, halfway through here, right where my pen is, here's the street edge, here's the property line, and we own from there back. We can ask for permission to put in a few trees here from the state, but it's on the state property.
What about, that's not, I mean, that's wonderful if they'll say yes, but the understanding we've had from the state is they don't want things that people can drive into. I mean, you saw what's happening
That's
on
correct.
95. So is there any way that you could do trees, one more layer that's on your property?
What nobody's discussed is that there's layers of plant material in here.
But
as
trees,
well.
though, trees, we're saying
Okay.
trees, we're
So
saying
trees,
high.
could we get another layer of trees in here? Yes, we can continue this bosque. In fact, at one time we did. I also want to say something in defense. I mean, it's like a cold. I got to get it off
Nobody's
my chest.
picking on you.
No, I know. But it's like, I got to get it off my chest. We do involve the traffic consultants early on in the process.
We're aware of that.
Not everybody is, and I wanted to bring everybody aware to that. Where in fact, we were looking at this being a turning thing of 2 ways. And there are several points, and I think we've cleared up the circulation, both for the vehicle and the pedestrian, and which leads me into what we want to talk about as far as our changes from the last meeting. This development really is pedestrian friendly, okay? I'm not being brief enough, I'm sorry. But
Other people want to ask you this, go ahead.
okay. There's an existing walk that comes down from the existing building up in here. We're going to pick that up with walkways. We have a new walk that we had previously proposed that we had stopped here with crosswalks. That's going to continue in on the site, another new crosswalk, a handicap ramp up to this other area. The walk will continue up in here, slight ramp up, and it'll also continue along this circulation flow right in here. Pedestrian circulation across and then across here. This is the loading dock. It's deep within the building. This is cobblestone. There's no trucks that are going to be backing out on US 1, the post road. The trucks sweep in, they come in here, they back in, and the circulation takes them out this way, correct? No. Onto Route 1. And that's why this is cobble, so it comes out here and then they go out west. Those trucks will not go out onto Valley Road. That's why our client is investing in so much cobble, so those trucks can make that swing easy. These were designed for large trucks. And again, the traffic consultant, the town consultants, our engineer, drove what we had to do here in order to make that happen as far as giving us the templates, let's say. As far as the rock, there's going to be plenty of rock out here and exposure on the site, exposed. Did I leave out any other questions? Cars, as far as cars and loading, I don't know if you want me to address that. But we're also concerned about the Valley Road and the staging. We actually added another turning lane here, and we can have 20 cars parked here, staged here. So that shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, so, my inclination is to, first of all, what other questions do you have? I know we've got a lot more to do tonight, but what other questions do people have? What do you guys? Or just drag it down. We can barely hear you, Dave. Hold on a second. I'm coming to verify.
start over. No, I think we've heard a lot of good testimony tonight from the public as well as the applicant. I think it's all been in the right spirit and tone. And I just encourage the applicant to take some of this and continue to work, with the commission. I think there's respect for the POCD, certainly for property rights, but I do think, and Mr. McRae's hit on this several ways, the massing of the project, I think, does impact people's perception. And that's just a matter of geometry and a lot of good architects here, but I'd encourage you to continue your efforts there. I appreciate the light pollution commentary. I think that was very satisfactory. One thing that we've talked about, and Mr. Levy mentioned, was the need for the vehicular connector to the office park. And if that were eliminated, became only a pedestrian connector, might you reduce the excavation? Could you then move the buildings back further? I know that's a complicated task, but I just encourage you as we try to move forward to take these things into consideration and make progress. So thank you. No, thank you, Mr. Hardman. I think that was a very appreciated commentary on your part, and we do appreciate comments from citizenry. Actually, I think we all wish they were here a year whenever we started this, because it's an education process for all of us. It's both works both ways. It's a two-way street. I do just want to iterate very briefly what I had stated a few hours back, that there was that this project didn't just appear, how can we maximize out the development of this site kind of thing. And go ahead, sure.
Follow-up stuff for you?
Yeah.
Do you want to?
Alexandra's comments from November 28th. Can you shed some light? There's this space, the parking deck and the parking on this site is overparked by 71 spaces.
Well, we are overparked, could on a theoretical basis. What I mean by that is we don't know ultimately what the uses are going to be. Now, when we talk about overpark, it's quite interesting because we have 67 units and we've received criticism. I don't really, maybe some commentary, we'll get into it more in 500 West Putnam. But you expressed, if I may just digress to 500, because the issue came up and whether or not we had adequate parking. So being approximately 70 over, based upon our asked for uses, although for the record, we have no deal with Trader Joe's or anyone else. That's why we may, in fact, if this gets approved, as I stated earlier, come back to you. We would love to have a restaurant. You see the beautiful terraces out there in conjunction with our building, which, by the way, when you look at the street itself, the setback, you'd see it's more like 65 feet back now, 50 feet to the traveled way. But that said, we have 67 dwelling units. We're going to, when we go later on, we'll talk to the other application, we'll talk a little bit about this. But it's an interesting point on the ratio. I don't think we need 1.5, but there's a lot of sentiment that perhaps you do need 1.5. So 1.5 actually would eliminate half of that excess. So maybe that excess really isn't that, because you want to see 1.5 if this were the project approved, right? So we're really talking about more like 30.
And how many on the top deck?
A top deck is the lowest deck. It's not a full deck, as you know. 30-ish, something like that. Rich can get, yeah, about 30.
So hypothetically, you could design it, probably couldn't get the top deck in after the fact because you're landlocked.
Well, as Craig pointed out, rightfully so, the top deck doesn't hurt because it doesn't affect. It's behind the building. It's not a lighting issue. There's no spillage. I mean, we designed to the property line in terms of the candle power. The property line is not Office Park. It's the Office Park 581, 585. Maybe it's a perception issue.
I'm thinking the neighbors are more worried about car lights.
Well, the car lights are going to be protected through, because of the height, as was described by Greg, of the parapet wall. And plus, they're thousands of feet away, behind buildings. That's a non-issue. The real bugaboo here for people is, which they don't get, which is this concept of the size of our project. And what we're really talking about, at the end of the day, is 7 to 10 feet of additional height. And that's interesting, because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, in my view, but in a lot of regards, and all I'm saying, all I want to do is just point out that when we talk about that, we're talking about the difference between a commercial project and a residential project. The whole point of the additional floor is to allow more residential units to come in to compensate. But here, I'm just saying one last point.
Okay.
Remember, we're only building to less than half of the commercial rights that we can otherwise build. And we're talking about the difference between those units that get you to the 0.885 and the commercial getting you to 0.5 of well over 200 cars per peak hour. So when it comes to traffic, it's a balance, right? It's all a balance. So you're trading off that height, which you decided is something you would allow in your regulations in that story, for moderate income. We've taken it the next step further. We've reduced the commercial to add dwelling units, which on a proportionate basis produce something like 10 to 15% of the amount of traffic that a commercial component does. I'm done.
Okay, done. So the question I asked Mr. Studer, parking across the street, it currently layers back. That's how one perceives it. If there was more landscaping closer to the street to compensate for the loss of that outcropping, I think it would give the visual break that people are concerned about. The one thing you can really address here very easily is the streetscape question. People are worried about the loss of that Greenwich feel. You can give them a lot of that by how you address the streetscape.
Well, we did that. Look, I took.
So I'm asking again.
No, I took your comments to heart. I thought I thought everyone's comments had merit. Some people's comments I thought were just unrealistic because you're not comparing it to anything. But overall, we try to listen to everyone. You know how John is, and we react. You know how many changes we made based upon comments from your different departments. Your comments regarding softening up more of that front, despite the fact we spend so much time with ARC, we're happy to go back to it. Right, Greg?
Yeah, and you don't have to go back
And
to
he's the
ARC
guru.
at this point.
No, they're advisory
let
to
me
you. We
just
can deal with you.
Move you on to, do any of you have comments that you would like the applicant to address? Because the night is drawing late. We've been doing this.
Well, I'm aware, Mr. Hardman, we're gonna take the back. It's not part of John's vision to give that connector up. He felt that Office Park did benefit just from a reputational standpoint, from a perception standpoint.
An internal connector.
Of that connector onto the post road. But we're gonna take all your comments back. Kevin takes great notes. You can even read them.
Also hearing that you can address easily is the pedestrian friendliness internally. Now, granted that.
That's why Craig was gonna get to that. We've made a lot of changes.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And I think the one comment is, maybe to start off, we don't allow the vehicle transition between the park and the.
You could impose that it's your show, right? You could impose that. No, I get it. That's not, as I said, John would be disappointed, but we have to look at what, balance things out.
Anybody else before, anything else you want to address? No? Okay. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to leave this? Yes? Okay. We have a must decide on the
Okay,
other
so what
three.
we'll do, so let's.
What do you want to do?
was that show? Was it Deal or No Deal, they call that show? What do you want to do about those other three? You'd rather not vote on them this evening?
Your call.
No, I'm just saying, I'm thinking about the logic of things, because one contains the connector. It's like, so we have to be all realistic about it. But we have to balance things out, because we only have one more meeting with you all on the special permit application, which is the 19th in 2 weeks. So we're going to turn that right around on the others. I withdraw tonight, and you'll just put us on again, and we'll send notices out to the abutting owners. And we'll just submit a letter to incorporate everything in tomorrow, or, yeah. So Chris isn't here. So we will formally withdraw, what is it, 3 applications? Yes. And we'll submit so they can be heard again at the, only 2 weeks. It goes by like that, doesn't it? Goes by like that. I know. Okay. We got your comments. We appreciate them, appreciate the time, and appreciate everyone taking the time to come out and give us your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the people who are waiting for the next application, I've received an urgent request for a 5-minute break.
I think they're the same people. Isn't it 500? You didn't divide us up.
And also for, and just to clarify, because I see a puzzled face in the audience, the first 3 applications were for the driveway through the site. They had to be decided tonight, but since we weren't in a position to decide the buildings, the applicant has withdrawn those 3 applications. We have left the buildings open, and everything will be back in 2 weeks. We are discussing 500, 600 next, but I have been asked for a bathroom break.
Wish her a happy birthday.
Okay, folks. Hello, Mr. Tessie. Welcome to, I think it's 3 times. Okay.
There was a song about that, knock 3 times, and I think it was Tony Orlando and Dawn, myself. We're okay? We're on the record?
Yep. You are on the record. The court reporter is
Okay.
half frozen, but he's ready.
He's ready. Thumbs up. Okay. My name is John Tessie, and I represent the applicant. Actually, the applicants, because these are applications, or this is an application involving 2 properties that we're proposing to merge, as you know, at 500 and 600 West Putnam Avenue. We have been working with the commission, your traffic engineers, your various department heads now for close to 2 years. This project, and I guess, although we don't have too many neighbors, but we might as well give a little history. Very brief, unless you want to do it.
I did a good job last time. Just go.
I had to fill in though, so. Okay.
We got stuff we want to ask you about.
Sure, because, okay, and we can crystallize things, I think, tonight, and not have to spend, I think, anywhere near as much time as we spent across the street. The properties now, as you know, are developed. 500 West Putnam is an office building, primarily both general and medical. 600 West Putnam Avenue is the Citarella building, contains medical offices and also fitness operation by the name of no CrossFit. Both properties have been approved for their current uses by this commission in decisions over the last 2 to 5 years. So they're current approvals for both properties as separate entities. We came to this commission, again, well over a year ago, a year and a half ago, with a proposal to merge the properties and build on the east parking lot of 500, about an 80,000 square foot building containing 50 dwelling units. We provided for the merger in order to allow the zoning rights, the density rights, to accrue from 600 to 500. In working with your traffic division articulated what we heard this evening, actually, from a number of people earlier in the prior application, that this is an opportunity to make the post road safer, specific in this area, specifically due to certain times regarding traffic at Citarella, principally, and also the multiplicity of curb cuts on West Putnam Avenue being problematic and none lining up with the Valley Drive roadway, with Valley Ride roadway light. Spending a lot of time with a lot of departments, including your ARC, I should mention, we came to the conclusion to meet the desires of your various departments, including your fire marshal. We took our building and essentially reduced it by about a third, 30% or so, to get down to 50,000 square feet and 30 dwelling units, 35 dwelling units. With 20% being, or 7 being affordable. What we also proposed was to move the driveways on West Putnam Avenue for both properties, except for the in driveway on the west end going into the parking garage of Citarella, to the light, which was the recommendation of both your outside traffic engineer, Beta, and your internal traffic department. And we discussed in an earlier application that process, how it goes forward with the state, and it Board of Selectmen acting as the local traffic council needs to make a recommendation. We've met with the state, again, as you all know, but some others don't hear, in terms of what our goals were there, and everybody seems to be in comportment about this maneuver, if you will, to reduce curb cuts, which the state likes, and so does your town. And it allows then for a venting out of, and a venting in of the Citarella traffic, creating much less congestion and arguably a safer environment. We also did work on, in terms of our drives on Holly Hill. A lot of questions have been asked regarding the site parking. And I've come to the conclusion we've actually given you too much information.
Well, you're going to have to explain it.
And I'm going to explain it, but I'm going to explain it backwards, because frontwards isn't working. So let's
Actually, that's part of the issue, is that.
no, let me, let me,
Okay, go.
just so we can keep moving.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Tessie,
Here's,
before you dive into parking,
yeah,
just want to make sure, you still have a pending ZBA application,
we have a pending ZBA application scheduled for tomorrow evening.
and that's for
It's for a setback, so-called front yard setback on Holly Hill Lane.
Holly Hill Lane.
Right. For the new building, yes. Right.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I was going to bring that up at some point, so took care of that one. Okay. Here's what we all have to realize in terms of I'm into baselines recently. We have an approval at 500 West Putnam Avenue for office space and medical office space. We were asked to garner information about the occupancy levels of that building and medical professionals serving both hospital and also the third floor. In our, I think we've driven Mr. Ferreri's leasing agent crazy going to get that information. And we get it, and we pass it along to you. But, you know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day what information we pass to you, or debating the accuracy of it, which I don't really know because we can only tell you. We can't, but we can give you numbers, okay? What one number we give you is 24 medical professionals. That's what you approved for that building. Whether this project gets built or doesn't get built, because it has nothing to do with 500. That is the approval for that building. It cannot be changed. We cannot agree to a change because we have tenants in there and who are in there in reliance upon that. What we can tell you, we can give you snapshots, which we did, and we have it enhanced of what's the, that based on the occupancy that's there now, what parking demand is being exacted today. And we fine-tuned it a bit. Mr. Riemann fine-tuned it, basically because we learned when he did his study previously, we were told that there was about 10,000 square feet of unoccupied space. Turns out there's about 15,000. So
the letter says 7,500. The letter that, the first letter from Mazer says 7,500.
yeah, that was, sorry, that was usable. That was usable. It's like 10,000 gross.
7,500.
But the point I'm making,
Which he grossed up the required parking
by 10%.
occupied spaces by 10%.
Right. Now
Okay,
we're
so
we're
wait,
grossing it up.
breath.
We're grossing it up by 15%.
Okay, but you took a breath. So here's
Now,
here's what
go ahead.
I kept asking staff over the weekend when we got this late and
Mhm.
pestering everybody is, so you're putting a building where there is currently parking.
Yes.
We are not arguing with you about what's approved, because what's approved presently has parking where you're going to put a building.
Yes.
For a long time, you kept telling us pieces of the parking. Now I think we have the whole story,
Right.
all of the parking demand, and it now appears that you are technically short of parking per our regulations, more than was originally.
No, that's not true. It's actually, we've actually reduced. No, I'll take you through this. We actually.
Just a second, Mr. Tessie. So, you heard the question I just asked.
Yeah.
They are technically short spaces, and they are now planning on using 12 spaces on the north side because you're technically short for the
No,
regulations.
we've never done this study based upon the 12. Let me explain this to you, because it's very simple. It's on these. It's not simple to look at this, okay? That's the problem about too much information. Let's deal with very simple information, okay? Let me just,
Most of the people on this commission are actually quite good at numbers.
okay, they can be good at numbers. If you look at the right-hand side of both those sheets, existing. Okay, the existing conditions, if this project never came before you, we are 19 parking spaces short. 19 parking spaces short of compliance. That was noted in the original approval that we were not in compliance, but we brought the building in better compliance when we moved to the medical offices from general offices for Greenwich Hospital. That's in the decision. It's noting that we improved the non-conforming situation. When we,
19 short.
yes.
Do these figures include the 12 that are across the street?
These figures have nothing to do with the 12. Well, the answer is the 12 across the street were taken out, and so they're going to stay out. We had to discuss with you bringing those 12 back, so those 12 are staying off-site.
Now,
What you
go ahead, but I want to interrupt for a second.
what you have, okay?
Go ahead,
I mean, I
but
got.
didn't really mean it.
Who said go ahead? You or me? I forgot. I guess that's a chairman's, are you chairman? Prerogative.
Still, yeah,
Okay.
for this tonight anyway.
Okay.
So here's where I'm really just stumbling.
Okay.
I go to Mr. Mazur's first letter, and he says that there would be 177 available parking spaces.
Correct.
Okay, but we're short spaces. Now, how can there be, he said there would be 348 occupied spaces with 177 available, but we're short spaces.
How, but this
Now-
is the point I'm trying to, okay.
Okay, now I won't interrupt you for a few
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you very much.
Can I just
Okay.
tell you that Mr. Cohen thought I only interrupted him until now?
Really?
He actually complained that he was. the
Bruce
only
can't
one-
believe anybody would interrupt him at any time, so. You shouldn't feel singled out.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, look, this, what we said is one of the advantages of this, for this building, was that it was occupied to a material degree. So we can do actual parking counts as opposed to theoretical numbers based upon the zoning regulations in terms of stating, here's how many parking spaces you need. So we said, how many parking spaces are they really using? And so we did a study on January 10th, and those were the results. Then he said, I'm going to gross it up by 10% because 7,500, which is what we thought of usable, 10,000 gross, what was the only unoccupied space. What we didn't know is part of which we found out when we got the subsequent information from Greenwich Hospital, that they weren't using all the first floor endoscopy, I got it out, space. And so we had to add that back in. But the point I'm making is, so we changed that number from 10% to 15%, and I have his updated numbers. It still produces like 130 or so spaces that are available at peak times. Those are the actual numbers on a grossed up basis. That's not on this. This is all statistical. So what we did here, okay, it's very simple. Okay, at the end of the day, we showed you a lot of numbers because you wanted to see these charts that Mr. Bristol produced previously for 75 Holly Hill. And we did it on the basis of actual occupancy in a chart on the left, and on the right, we said, well, let's suppose all the medical professionals are there, general office is full, what happens? Okay, and when we do that, we come down on an existing condition basis. We have existing parking spaces combined of 512, and we have a deficiency under your regulations of 19. When we add, this is basically the bottom line, that's it. That building is there, it's going to use what it used, whether we're building or not. When we came in with this project, we came in with the idea that we were going to provide more parking here, okay, than for the 35 units at 1 per unit. So what we actually add to the 512 is 51 parking spaces over 51 parking spaces in conjunction with proposing the 35 dwelling units. Now, Mr. Ferrari wanted to take 12 of those away by moving the 12 over, and he agreed, because his lawyer made him agree, to basically say, I'm going to leave them there because we're over parked, to your point, so we want to leave them there. We'll still be fine over there with the 12. And that will allow basically a 1.5 parking ratio per unit, which seemed to be something commission members were concerned about. So we are actually adding spaces when in a context where all of our studies are indicated it's probably underparked to begin with. But to deal with a fail-safe situation, we're adding 1.5. Whatever happens on 500, if we don't build it or don't, 500 and 600, if we build or don't build, is irrelevant. This application has really nothing to do with it. That's the point, where we've gotten so far in the weeds, there's too much information. You've got to comply with the regulations and you've got to comply with the approvals that were dictated for 500 and 600. If someone determines or believes that there are more than 24 medical professionals in that building, well, that's what you have zone enforcement about. We'll cooperate 100%. We have no problem cooperating.
Mr. Tessie, if I
Now-
might summarize what you just said, you currently have 512 spaces, which doesn't include the 12 spaces you're using across the street. You will go to 563 spaces, which is a net increase of 51. You're adding 35 residential units.
Yes.
And the ratio of the 51 to the 35 is 1.45. That's the point
I
you're making.
rounded it to 1.46, but that's okay.
Well, you said 1.5, but it's 1.45.
Approximately.
Okay, and that's
Yeah.
your point.
That is the crux of the matter. What we tried to do is to show you, and this is where we gave too much information, because we understood you liked the idea of shared parking studies. It's fine. And then we did that, and then we were criticized in certain regards. But it showed positive, not saying you. And then also, we said, look, we'll go farther. As I said earlier, we'll actually do counts, because they're occupied to basically about 90%. Turns out it's more like 85%. But the point is, we actually show that it's not an abusive situation at all, or an unmanageable situation now. Parking is managed quite well. It will manage better. What I have also are hours of operation. If you want to believe the hospital, okay, hours of operation. None of the hospital departments and virtually none of the offices have any go beyond 4 or 5 o'clock, and none of them have any operations in the weekends. So you will see a sea of asphalt there. There's no conflict. During the day, the residents, at least probably half plus, will not have parking on site. This is a win-win. This is the point about this application.
I'm sorry, the PEDS unit isn't gonna have Saturday hours?
Which one? No.
Pediatrics?
I know they don't. I don't know when mothers bring their kids, but here are the hours.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Are you gonna perhaps give that to Mrs. DeLuca? 5 days a week.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that is the essence of the story. This project, at the end of the day, is actually going to increase the available parking during the business day, not decrease it for this property. And again, I think there's a lot of myth about what we're doing here. We're leaving approximately 25 to 30,000 square feet of development rights on the table. We've reduced the site operations. I'll give you another interesting statistic here, in which I asked Mr. Riemann to provide, just so you understand, because people are so concerned about what this massive project, which is about a third the size of the building that's there today, is going to produce. Well, this massive project that everybody's talking about is going to produce 16 trips per peak hour to 21 trips per peak hour, compared to the existing conditions that produce 380 trips per hour. So if you do the math, you will see that, but I'm going to try to be very conservative because I know you're going to use a calculator on me, but if you take 16 plus 379, I believe you get to 395. You did it, 4%. He rounded and he's an engineer, but I was going to say it's under 5%. So we're contributing 4%, 96% is from existing conditions. And I think that's a conservative number because that assumes it's during the peak hour. And I believe that residents actually don't leave as much during the peak hour. But that's right off the ITE handbook. Again, we're going to present this to you. So to anybody to suggest that this application is going to produce an adverse effect on parking or on traffic is certainly a person who's uninformed. And I know you all are very informed. So this I will provide. I don't have as many copies. Now,
As long as you give Katie one to make. Because I'm going to interrupt you then again.
we're trying to just bring this all back to realism. Now, let's look at this in total context, this application. Ironically, just so you understand this, we don't need 600 West Putnam merged into 500 now. We've reduced this building to the point where we're not utilizing the FAR rights from 600 by when we reduce the number from 50 to 35. We could leave Citarella site just the way it is and have the problematic situation and probably save John $1 million, okay? We've talked about it, and John said he's a man of his word. He said he'll do it, and he'll do it. Okay, he'll merge the sites, which is what your traffic department so aggressively wants us to do. And we're doing it. We're doing it because he knows it's the right thing to do, and we get it, just like across the street, to bring it up. We cut down on the commercial to make it a more palatable situation, we thought, for all. And we all recognize that it's problematic, difficult, and, problematic and difficult when it comes to the traffic situation on that block. We all do know it, and we're serious about trying to help make it better.
You could do an easement and not merge the properties.
I'm saying we have no obligation to do,
Right, but if you kept the site plan
Yeah.
with an easement,
well, what he's decided to do is, it gets a little bit more complicated, is we decided to make the flow better. And if you recall from our original iteration, and this was working with Katie, actually, she's the one who worked with John, I think, on it. It was to take the two curb cuts, the one on 600 and the one on 500, and merge them into one. And we were concerned, and Kevin was concerned and expressed it, about the change in elevation. And they've come up with a solution to smooth it all out and make for a better, more convenient, more usable parking.
but it's really going from 4 curb cuts to 2 curb cuts.
Well, from here, it's going to four existing on the east, on the,
There are 2 on Citarella.
I was talking about Holly Hill. But from here, we had 4, 2 and 2. We're now going to have 2. 1 still remains an in only. On Holly Hill, we've changed it around where we had 2 on Holly Hill, 2 on 600, and we had 2 on 500. We've now reduced that by 1, and we've done all this work in here, and I'm pointing to create, because people didn't like it over here on, I think on the east side of 600, didn't flow well. Now, John and Kevin came up with a solution to make it flow well. We've got trees in there, more appealing for people to come, which is going to benefit, of course, everyone in terms of traffic flow. We'll get a few more cars probably going out to Holly Hill than we do in existing conditions. So these are all plus, positive, costly changes that he's been willing to make for a shrunken project. I know there was some discussion about reducing the number of units for some reason there, and that's the one thing we have to stand our ground. We're down to the minimum, given the amount of site work that needs to be done here and the benefits to the town.
Did Mr. Molnar have a chance to look at the street frontage of the garage, of how that's going to look?
Well, that went through an ARC, but
No,
Kim-
we asked, I have an agreement from Mr. Ferrari at the last meeting.
Yeah.
That it could have windows like in Portchester, so it doesn't look like a garage from the street.
Kevin, I don't.
I spoke with Mr. Ferrari, himself at the end of the last meeting, and he agreed to that.
The discussion was related to the landscaping and you wanting layered landscaping
No,
against
no,
the
you
building.
guys
We have a
offered me-
green screen
No,
against the building.
That's what you offered me, and what I came back with, and it's in the record, and you can look at it, it says, why can't we have something that doesn't look like a parking garage? Why can't it be nice like the Mariner in Portchester that has windows? And Mr. Ferrari stood right there and said, I can do that for you. Okay, and I saw.
She's
it.
talking about the 60 feet
No,
right over here.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's
the
what you're talking
street.
about.
I'm talking the street face.
That's the street right there.
I'm talking about the street-facing part, and you guys said it has all the wonderful viney things, and I said, I've seen those at Equinox, and it hasn't worked really well.
But it's more than just the vines on the building.
got
It's
it.
layered. It's
You
50
argued
feet
with
of
me
landscaping.
the last time, and your boss agreed with me. Mr. Ferrari agreed with me.
So you want me to put a fake
Windows.
facade on it with fake
No,
windows?
I want real windows like in Portchester.
Well, they're going to be fake.
Real windows, as in Portchester, and he agreed.
So I have to go back to the ARC for this?
No.
No?
You do not, and Mr. Ferrari agreed. I asked him, and you can look at it on the transcript. It says, we want it to look friendly to the street, and it should look like a residential building, and he nodded, and he said, and you can send them the transcript? And he nodded.
I mean, you want me to put a facade? I'll put a facade.
Not
You
a
don't have to
facade. I
agree.
don't want Costco. Do not go there. I'm sorry.
I like
Now,
Costco, why can't we go
I
there?
don't want Costco windows. What the Mariner
You've seen the facade on the building that we proposed with Trespa panels, brickwork,
It does not look.
limestone. We're not going to put EFIS with a tinted piece of plastic there.
It's real
It's going to
windows.
look like what's on the building.
Mariner is real windows.
And you'll look through the windows and see into the
Cars.
garage.
Yes, that's what they have.
I will give that to you.
The street, from the street, it'll look residential.
I will give it to you.
Okay, do what the boss says. Not this
I guess
boss.
you're the boss.
No, Mr. Ferrari is your boss, and he said yes to us the last time we asked for it.
I'll be speaking with him.
Okay. Mr. Cohen, you're like never gonna complain again, okay?
Well, it's a little, I guess Kevin and I are taking a little aback because the goal was, we were told to screen the heck out of this with vegetation, and now we want the windows. I don't even know if they can be seen, but that's fine. But if that's, yeah.
Go ahead. We have, one of our architects has,
He's drawn it, drawn the facade.
he has a sample.
Is that the Mariner?
No.
Which one is
Actually,
that?
it's a parking garage at
SMU.
SMU.
He liked it so much, he has a picture of it. We
Mustang.
can send it formally. for-
Yeah, we're gonna, if you're showing something like that, it's gotta be part of the record.
So-
I think I suggested, Mr. Momo, I think check with your boss on that. I think
Check the
actually
transcript.
you
That's the
You
easiest
understand what you're looking, what she's looking for in Portchester. Go take a look at that and see if you can get a sketch back to us.
On the garage that matches the building that we designed.
Windows,
Windows.
okay. Okay. The boss was really nice about it when I asked him.
We just didn't know. We don't, we're fine. We're not doubting, we're not challenging what he
We've
said.
done street
Windows in the
bus.
garage.
What was that? Sorry.
Mr. LaRoe, I've got something here from engineering again.
Right.
Are you aware of this?
Yes, Mr. McKnight can comment on that. He's been waiting all night. He's the only one that hasn't spoken.
This
Come
is
on
what,
up, Jim.
turning radiuses, mountable curves, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we're,
Okay. Jim McTighe, Rizzoli Engineering. The SU-30 truck, we can accommodate. The biggest truck that's going to be coming in here is the fire truck. As for the WB-50 truck, we do not need a truck of that size servicing the site, and we're willing to restrict that. I'd like to just remove that from the application altogether. I've had a meeting with Scott Marucci on that. He's okay with that. He asked us to prepare a letter for Melissa, so we'll be taking the WB-50 truck out of the project. We've removed the bollards, and the rest of Scott's comments we can accommodate prior to zoning permit.
So we've got parking, engineering, windows, and you're going to ZBA tomorrow night.
yeah, but what parking, tell me about, what more do you need from us on parking? I mean, I was quite proud of my summary there.
Everyone seems to be okay with parking, Mr. Fox? In the residential?
Yeah.
I think it should institute to me, if you're underparked, you're gonna have a terrible time with your tenants because people are gonna be driving around looking for parking spaces. You don't want that. I'm sure that the property owner doesn't want that. So to me, if your numbers are wrong, you kind of shot yourself in the foot anyway.
Well, I don't think our numbers are, as I said, the existing conditions are what they are. Certainly, everyone has to adhere to that number of 24 for that building, whether we're doing this or not. I think at 1.5, we're very, very safe, because the truth of the matter is, during the evenings and the weekends, it's going to be a sea of asphalt.
I hate it when you say that.
I know it does. It doesn't sound good. Take that back. It's
we've
going to
been
be a
begging
park.
for-
It's going to be more like a park light setting with all the trees that we're really adding to the parking lot. Sorry, that's better.
Exactly what the neighbors
what
were
I was thinking.
concerned about, and you're boom walking into it.
No, it's actually true. The amount, it's a sea of asphalt now. We are actually adding in terms of trees. Where's Greg? How many trees are we adding? Not that we have to beat it to death. Yeah, right. You can show it, you can see it on the site.
Through the extensive work with the ARC and you folks up here, there was a lot of concern about the green on the site. We've added trees everywhere you could possibly add a tree, and then I think we've got trees on top of trees. At the end of the day, we did a caliper inch study several months ago, and there will be more caliper inch of tree on the site of 500 West Putnam Avenue post-construction than there is today, to the tune of plus or minus 60 inches of additional caliper. That was submitted and was in the record, so numbers are already there, what they were.
Part of the reason for that, again, is not at an insignificant expense. Mr. Ferrari, when we made our original application, was not going to go down the lower grade, lower grade to create parking below the new building. Actually, we've included that, and that freed up more of our ability to add more green space and trees. So you don't see actually the sea of asphalt. That was a stupid comment on my part. Lack of a better way of saying it. We're actually, as you see, creating more of a park-like feel than actually exists today on an overall site standpoint.
My only comment is, on the new parking deck for the residents, what are we doing to screen the headlights to the neighbors to the southeast?
South, this is anthropology here. There's here, if you're talking about residential up here, there's a giant, there's a big change in elevation going up there. You're much lower here than you are on St. Roch. This is St. Roch's Avenue up here. There's got to be.
People looking at lights and that kind of thing?
No.
Well, there must be some sort of lights up there.
What do you, you're talking about on the parking deck that's here? Does it? That screening continues along the property line with anthropology. There's a planted strip between the two properties and a parapet wall that's 42 inches tall on the deck, which will block any headlights. Lighting is contained within that parapet wall, similar to the strategy at 581, 585, to keep all the lighting down low. It's all shielded. There's no bleed, been through the ARC. Between our building and the parking, we have a 6-foot wide planter that separates the two to provide screening to our residents. At Holly Hill, the elevation of the deck is basically even with the elevation of the roadway. There is some landscaping there. We removed some landscaping to satisfy the fire marshal to create an emergency access for a fire truck onto that deck should they ever need to. No, it's separated from the road, but there's a physical connection with a mountable curb that a fire truck can get up onto the deck if it ever needed to.
What is interesting to you, Mr. Fox?
There's a mountable curb cut at the top of the deck, right at the bottom of St. Roch's. It's requested by the fire department.
Rob Natale requested that in a series of meetings I had with him.
The deck's going to be structured to support the weight
it will now. You know, one of the asks from the fire marshal was for that to happen.
Just going back to the parking for a second, because as time goes on and things change over at that building. So you're representing that the chart you submitted is the approved condition?
Chart that I submitted, I'm not sure what you
The Excel
mean.
chart, parking chart.
The parking chart, no, the parking chart, this is the problem with information.
'Cause I think we do need, just a building of this.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, I think we do need some sort of chart that says this is what the existing approved condition is. Well, excuse me.
We do that.
That shows what the approved condition is versus what the existing condition is with nurse practitioners and the physician's assistants, which I understand the building was approved in various stages of the regulation, so sometimes it counts and other times it doesn't count and whatnot, but just to establish a non-conforming condition with respect to the nurse practitioners.
I'm not sure it's a non-conforming condition because it was exactly the way we've interpreted it for years until Diane Fox came along and basically.
Well, there was a change in the regulation, so it wasn't an interpretation, it was a change in the regulation in 2010, I think it was, and that's what Mr. LaRoe had provided you.
And this was approved after 2010, and in the same way it's approved now. But just to be clear, in terms of the summary for the proposed uses, the chart that had all the line items dealt with existing conditions. To the right on the chart takes into account in the box, if you will, total 500 and 600, the actual required parking based upon the areas of use and the 150 spaces required for the medical offices. So the whole right-hand side of it really is the zoning analysis, where you get to the 566 based on 432 for 500 and the 134 for 600. It's as simple as that. And you get then to the proposed parking of 563, which leaves the three short for the technical approval, as opposed to existing conditions, which is the other chart, where you're 19 short based upon an apples-and-apples analysis without including the 51 parking spaces added or the 35 units. Now, we can take this chart and just, if you wanted to see the chart that looks like this, that's going to import the 24 units to come up with the numbers, so you have this chart as opposed to the summary. We can do that. It's just,
Mr. Tessie, I mean, maybe that we could short-circuit that work by just going back to the 2017 approval and restating what the record was on that, because if the
just 150, that's what we do, Pat. We do that, and we have 2 stars, and if you go over the 2 stars, it's 150 required parking spaces for the medical uses for 24 approved medical professionals per, and we cite the actual approval itself.
Right.
It's in there.
Right, and so I guess to add another question to that is, did that approval reflect the medical professionals as we would define it now, which would be licensed and not just MDs?
It was not, it didn't call it out, it just stated medical professionals, and then we represented that would be the case.
Right.
I have not heard, in talking to Jody, where he indicated that was his understanding, it was the traditional medical professionals were basically doctors, chiropractors, and the like, plus nurse practitioners, anyone who could see a patient without the supervision of a doctor. That's been the delineation for years.
So I don't think we have a dispute on that. I just
No.
think that if we're counting heads, we need to rectify that against the approvals that we already have, or the understanding we had the last time we went.
Yeah, and the only thing we can do, as I said earlier, is ask the hospital what the numbers are, and they gave them to us based upon, again, the other thing we do with our regulations, as you know, is you could have 25 doctors on a masthead, but you determine it on the basis of the number of doctors that are actually seeing patients, they're on premises seeing patients that day. And we used to, I think, kind of got away from it put provisions in decisions that actually gave the zoning enforcement authority, which they really never liked, the right to go into a property and look at the appointment books of the doctors with appropriate redaction for privacy purposes. Now, fortunately, I don't think it's ever come to pass where they had to do it, because you really haven't had many issues of parking. I think you had one in Coscob for a while, and that was just based on the volume that the doctors were doing, not that there were too many doctors, and we solved that problem when Mr. Pecora was able to make an agreement with the state to get that parking below the, which has worked out very well for everybody in the community there.
I think for going forward, we need to take that decision and validate what it says. So going forward, as we've always said, we know what the head count.
Well, only thing we can do is, there's a tenant there, they're represented by probably the best zoning attorney in the town of Greenwich, Bruce. And so, anything you need from the hospital, they've already told me, ask Bruce. So, more work for Bruce, because he represents them. No, seriously, that is the truth. So, but most importantly, again, I think, is that we've done these counts, and there's no indication that there's any abuse there. There's a big fear, and I don't see the fear actually ever coming close to fruition, based on the numbers I've seen, based on the history of that site generally. So,
Okay, Mr. Tessie,
What
we're
can I
gonna
say?
ask for public comment now.
sure.
Anybody from the public want to speak at this point on this application? Yes, it is, sir. 500, 600 West Pike.
Tracy Lavery again. Glad to be back. Just have one comment, and what I wanted to say about 500, 600, the proposal for the apartments really would just reprise something I distributed to the commission, which was a Bloomberg Businessweek article that talked about, I'd love to read the titles if I may, and I sent you pictures with that, but the article speaks about, it was dated Feb 13, and the title is How Monotonous 5-Floor Buildings Conquered America, with a subtitle, Cheap Stick Framing Has Led to a Proliferation of Blocky, Forgettable Mid-Rises with More Than a Few Construction Fires. And the architecture of those buildings, where Bloomberg took pictures of about 13 developments around the country, look eerily like J-lofts, and eerily, as best I can determine it, like the renderings for 500 500 West Putnam Avenue. And my comment on that is Greenwich deserves better in terms of style. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public wish to speak at this time? Mrs. Lavery?
I don't have prepared remarks for this.
This is Lynn Lavery.
Lynn Lavery from Alden Road. So what continues to bother me is I understand what you said about the parking structure having a low wall in front of it, and you're going to put windows in it. But now this is at a level grade, but behind it, the road goes up to St. Roch's. Right. And all of the people who live there, who unfortunately are not here, they're just going to be looking right at this. This is going to be atrocious. That's my first thing, is it's inappropriate to the neighborhood. You can't just look at things from the post road. It's where the neighbors behind it. What is the effect on them? There are new, lovely little townhouses that are behind it. But the second thing is traffic. This is our transfer station, the dump, for the entire town. This is the main post office. This is going to be, and this 500 West Putnam, which is now getting really filled with pediatric center and everything else, this is a big problem, and I'm sure you're paying attention to the traffic issue as well. The third thing is, what about our infrastructure? What about all the schools? Are schools ready to take 100 apartments, some of them with two and three bedrooms? I mean, is the school prepared for this? There's a school bus that stops on the post road. Is it safe? I mean, you're thinking about all of these. I know you are very diligent. You're thinking about all of these things. So I just thought I'd tell you I have concerns about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Okay, Mr. Tessie, you're back on.
No, not for long. I just like to say we've been here a long, long time with you, and we've come a long, long way with this project. It's a safe project, it's a respectful project, and it's a needed project for this community. It's unfortunate that some people like to get up and just make criticisms and look at it myopically. I think I've lived in this town for a long time. And I grew up 2 blocks from here, from there. So I know the area. I know what's happening here in this property. I understand the traffic difficulties. This project will not add to any traffic problems in the area. It's clearly indicated. So I'll leave it at that with you. You know that's the case. I think in terms of the light issue, it's a red herring issue. We have a parking lot now that has lighting on it. Our regulations have come a long way since that building was approved. Lighting's very much in your regulations in terms of spillage, and we've addressed all that, and you know we had. So I gather you will leave this open,
Until you're going to
and we'll
ZBA.
see what happens tomorrow night with the Board of Appeals, and,
Mr. Tessie, so ZBA tomorrow night,
yes, sir.
looking at windows in the garage.
Yes, sir.
And I think actually, we just need to address engineering's comments about the turning radiuses, et cetera.
And
Yeah, Mr.
Mrs. DeLuca had asked for the parking consistent with the 2017.
Restate the 2017 approval.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what the question is, so we might as well just air
I
that
can
out.
work with you, but what it is, something that we can use going forward. But I'll work with you,
Yeah, I think, right, we don't have to
What
do
you
it now.
have
We're
is
happy to,
just-
we're happy to work with you. We can reformulate it and deal with anything that we have knowledge of, are told, so that's fine. Thank you for all your time.
And Mr. LaRoe will be sending you the transcript from last meeting.
We said we believe you.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Okey dokey. So our next application is the Greenwich Academy, the project known as the Main Campus Master Plan Phase for a final site plan and special permit. Mr. Fox is recused on this application due to a conflict of interest. Seated for Mr. Fox tonight is Ms. Voss. And Mr. Cohen, thank you for your enormous patience this evening.
It was all very instructive. Of course I do. I wouldn't know what to do with it. I get Netflix when I do that. Good night, John. It was a pleasure listening to you. I think Prairie Founder was an unfunded part of the school for me.
I've been pushing Nick out of the way.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Elvin. Bruce Cohen, representing Greenwich Academy tonight. This is an application for final site plan, special permit approval to allow the demolition and reconstruction of the middle school building in order to permit the construction of a new and separate lower school building. The commission heard this matter last month and left the matter open with a few issues to be attended to, which we've been trying to do. Greenwich Academy, as you know, is a nonprofit educational institution which has been permitted to operate within a residential zone for many years under a number of special exception approvals which were granted over the years by the Zoning Board of Appeals under the previous version of the zoning regulations, section 694A5. The school operates at its existing 33-acre parcel of property at 200 North Maple and is shown in an existing condition landscape plan, which is on the screen. It should be noted at the beginning that currently the school functions within its present FAR and zoning requirements and within its present enrollment cap, and it will continue to do so after the new building is constructed. In addition to my brief comments, Molly King, who's the head of the school, will have a few words, and with us tonight to answer questions are the project architects, Ann Beha and Tim Peck, the landscape architect, Bill Kenny, traffic and parking consultant, John Kenning, and the site engineer, Brian McMahon of Redness and Mead. What I'd first like to do is briefly run through some of the items that we've tried to deal with since your last hearing, and then I'll introduce Molly. I saw today that we got what I believe is the final memo from BETA approving our last group of internal traffic modifications in accordance with their request. So as of right now, the DPW Traffic Department and BETA has approved our traffic planning. We've met with the zoning enforcement officer, Tim Peck has, and has satisfied Jody as to the two open issues that he noted in his staff memorandum. As you know, engineering has found the Redness and Mead drainage report acceptable. Wetlands has granted a permit, and all of the sewer division comments are acceptable. Last week we appeared for the third time before the Architectural Review Committee, and they've approved our plans to proceed, subject to several conditions, all of which Greenwich Academy has accepted. And this shows the development plan with the changes that ARC has recommended. They first have recommended that the new lower school building be pulled back from the North Maple Street frontage by 10 feet, and we were able to accommodate that. They also recommended that a new serpentine wall be installed in front of the school, which Ann Beha is outlining, and that for the purpose of permitting a more general grade and acting as a set off of that portion of the building. And it's also to address one of the comments that this commission had as well. If you recall, one of the commission's comments was a request that the school provide additional information as to how the scale of the proposed building compared to other structures on the site, and will the proposed lower school have a loom factor? In other words, will it loom over people coming in from the northern entrance to the campus? And you also asked, as part of the same question, what's the elevation of the roof of the new building compared to the elevation of North Maple Avenue? And in order to address that, Tim Peck has prepared, at the specific request of ARC, a site section, actually 2 sections, showing how the buildings related to each other. And I wonder, Tim, if it would be possible to show this information on the boards where I think it's a little more visible. And one of the important factors here was that, and I think it was important to ARC as well as to you, that the original academic building, known as Ruth West Campbell Hall, remain as the dominant structure on the campus, notwithstanding this new building. We do some juggling when this is done. Yeah.
Another one of those great assets owned by the town.
That's not bad.
It's a nice job, you guys.
Anyway, the value of this is to show that the lower school will be approximately 37 feet above the driveway. Tim, maybe you could sort of point out the things that the commission was interested in knowing. Specifically, the elevation of the top of Ruth West Campbell Hall is at 205. The elevation of the new lower school building will be at 186, so that you can see, looking at these 2 cross sections, that the most dominant structure remains to be the oldest, namely Ruth West Campbell. The permitted height of the new building is 40 feet, and it is 32.9 feet. And you can, let's see, the other thing that I wanted to, this is the north-south elevation going down the east side of the new building, and this is the east-west elevation going across the northern side of the new building. And it shows, it goes off-site. In other words, this elevation indicates not only our campus, but also adjacent residential structures, so that you can see how this building impacts not just the balance of the buildings on our campus, but buildings off-site in terms of where they're located and what their relative elevations are. And we...
Thank you for putting this together. I was interested to see this kind of an interesting layout that sometimes you'll actually, like I said yesterday, I don't know if you got the note, we'd never see this unless we were in Norwalk. We'd have to be so far away. I think one of the things it fails to address is the roadbed of North Maple and how the buildings are set in relationship to that. I mean, I think the only way you really can see what we had been talking about at the last meeting was on the panel here, second one in, you have the, right here. I guess that's the entrance? Okay, the north entrance. And those, your grade is 5 feet? Your scale? Yeah, 5 feet. Okay. So I think it's kind of, say, 5 feet. And I think it's the relationship of actually that 5 feet or somebody standing there, somebody in a car looking up at the front edge of the roof itself at that point. And I think that's the thing that's actually really missing is when we talk about loom factor, the roof building is set far back away from the street and actually presents its elevation in a kind of inviting way. As you proceed up Maple, you get to that point.
Here's a picture, Mr. McRae, of North Maple
Yeah.
heading south, and it's going past the driveway that will now lead into the new building. And here is the architect's effort to show where the new building will appear vis-a-vis the roadbed of North Maple. And so the issue of the looming factor, which was what the commission was concerned of in its comments last month, I think has been dealt with in a couple of respects. First of all, by the placement of the building, and also by the landscape treatment and the addition of the new wall that ARC has asked us to install. But we wanted you to see the photograph because exactly of the issue that you raised. How does it appear from a traveler coming down or going up North Maple? And that is as realistic a depiction of an impact as a renderer can make. I mean, we know renderings aren't perfect, but that's pretty darn close. So we wanted to deal with that issue because we knew it was important to you. Unless you have some questions about any of the other open issues that remained open from last time, I'd like to ask Molly King to talk to you for a moment, and I do for a very specific reason. I understand well, both from your comments, Mr. McRae, and yours, Mr. Levy, and in the past, that you have concerns about the architecture of the building. All I can say about the architecture of the building is that the school has gone through a very deliberate process in arriving at what we bring to you tonight. And the school wouldn't come here with that plan if they didn't feel it fulfilled their goals and satisfied their desires. In other words, they like the architecture. And the best evidence of that is to hear from Molly King about the process that the school has gone through in reaching this point. So let me ask Molly to say a few words.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Molly King, head of school at Greenwich Academy. Thank you very much. I know the hour is late, and so I won't go into the same level of detail as I did at our first planning and zoning meeting, but, and you have those comments as part of the record. I just wanted to underscore some key highlights tonight following Bruce's points. GA began the planning for this campus project in 2016, and it culminated in a 5-year strategic plan. All members of our community discussed philosophical and programmatic priorities, and there was remarkable consensus, including the need to upgrade designated buildings. As the proposed project is our first major campus construction project in almost 20 years, we went out to the neighbors starting late in 2017 to begin to share our priorities. Following an extensive campus master planning process conducted in 2017 and 18 by Sasaki Associates, 6 renowned architectural firms competed for the project, and from those 6, we were thrilled to hire Ambeha Associates in the summer of 2018. ABA immediately began to develop a framework for the campus and building design that reflected Greenwich Academy's values and priorities. The key principles of the design that reflect GA are as follows. Number one, the current lower school building, built in the 1970s, has long been the poor stepchild of the rest of the campus. Even when I arrived in 2004, replacing it was articulated as a priority. It was dark, narrow, and unwelcoming, among other deficits, and the time was long overdue for a totally fresh approach, something that would make a statement for our youngest girls that is open, welcoming, flexible, and that naturally connects indoor and outdoor spaces. Number two, relationships between students and faculty and between the GA students themselves have defined Greenwich Academy for close to 200 years. The design of indoor and outdoor spaces is needed to support the connectivity of our community. That's who GA is. Number three, safety and security are paramount in 2019 and will be going forward. A strong front-facing facade is important for the youngest girls who will be served by our new lower school, and we wanted the pedestrian traffic and movement between the buildings to take place largely away from the street and parking lot, protected by 2 interior courtyards and a design that took advantage of the topography. Number four, GA's campus architecture is eclectic, reflecting multiple time periods. This is natural for any school of our age, much like the boarding schools further upstate. We love and embrace that as part of the fabric of our diverse and inclusive community. Having this new lower school, a building of its time, join our campus is an important statement to GA and the broader community, much like the then radical design of the SOM upper school building constructed in the early 2000s. Number five, young children learn differently than older children, and the new lower school needs to feature open, flexible spaces to support 21st century teaching and learning, which is being promoted at top private and public schools. The new design addresses these critical educational priorities. And number six, environmental stewardship and sustainability are important educational principles for our students, and the new lower school captures these in terms of the featured materials and connectivity to the outdoors. In terms of communication and process, we invited neighbors to campus as soon as the initial designs were ready last fall. There were no neighbor concerns raised about the design of the building in any of these meetings. In fact, we had considerable support. However, last week, prior to our third ARC meeting, a North Street resident sent a letter critical of our design. They've never attended our meetings, nor have they seen the designs. Of course, we are happy to share our designs with anyone who asks. Concerns raised in our immediate residential neighborhood focus chiefly on traffic and vehicular flow, and we've worked hard to address these, as has been noted now in the record. There were a number of additional meetings with 2 contiguous neighbors, and GA worked with them to address concerns to the satisfaction of both. This is incredibly important to us and indicative of our desire to be good neighbors. Furthermore, and despite trends to the contrary at other local schools, GA has indicated that we are not seeking to increase enrollment. Following unanimous approval of our design by our Board of Trustees, GA has hosted many parent, alumni, and colleague meetings sharing the designs of the new building projects as they have evolved throughout the approvals process. Everyone loves the designs. It's exactly what we were seeking: fresh and open, using beautiful natural materials, and most of all, creating a warm and welcoming entry and gathering place into the lower school, and generating and enhancing connectivity of the lower school to the outdoors and to the rest of the campus. And the new design supports our security goals and supervision needs. As I said to you at our first meeting, as an all-girls school, we are very process-oriented. We are planners, and we don't do things randomly. GA has worked incredibly hard to address every issue that has been raised, and we earnestly hope we can move forward so that we can continue to be an educational leader in this community, a force for good, and most of all, a means of attracting and retaining wonderful families to the town of Greenwich, as we have for for so many years. Thank you so much for your consideration.
In the course of our discussions with ARC, the ARC suggested, and we provided a more robust planting plan, and we made a number of architectural modifications as they requested. Both Bill Kenny and Bill Kenny and Ann Bay are here to talk about, answer any questions you may have. I'm not going to have them make a separate presentation. I think you've heard from them. The ARC did approve our lighting plan. I noticed there was a neighbor communication that I received today with concerns about the lighting on the south side of the campus. We are replacing some old-fashioned lamps that light the roadway with newer, more efficient ones. We've submitted a detailed photometric plan, and we're well outside of the area of possible lighting trespass, but we'd be glad to talk to the neighbors about any modifications they would like to see about that, as we've been talking with these neighbors throughout. If you have any questions in terms of the architecture or the landscape architecture, we'll be very happy to address them.
I think something that did come up in the briefing yesterday was actually the interior lighting and thoughts of any kind of suggestions or solutions to have it actually be on motion sensors, so actually you don't have lights on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week inside the building. If that's possible, I think that may be a good solution.
It's more than possible. We can do that, or we can the outside lighting is on a timer, and it goes off at 10 o'clock. We could arrange to do the same thing inside, or some other suitable approach.
You know, I couldn't remember, Whitby's not your client.
Yes, they are, and Whitby does have shades that go on and off.
There was that huge problem with Whitby that we talked about for a long time.
Yeah.
Did whatever finally resolved that?
I think it was motorized shades, but
Okay.
we'll.
I don't think I'd like to go on. I think actually
Just turning them off, maybe, whatever.
motion sensors, that way actually, as the building's vacated during the day, they just.
That is highly acceptable.
That way, we're not worried about somebody closing a blind or opening a blind or a blind getting stuck.
Not inside, is it in, oh,
No, outside.
inside?
No, the inside, this is inside. Outside, 10 o'clock, it's all turned off, right?
Yes.
And there's no facade lighting.
No facade lighting?
I'm asking.
There is no facade lighting, no.
And I guess you've seen the minutes from ARC.
Yes, we did.
And it's all been addressed.
Yes. And it's reflected in the most recent plan.
Any questions?
We talked about that 10-foot, go ahead, the 10-foot moving of the building. And does that actually work better for the school or less well? We weren't sure what it accomplished yesterday, and it was really, we came back to what works better for the school and what is this 10-foot movement?
I think that it's equally acceptable. We were concerned about a couple of things in terms of making the play area in back of it smaller, but it works all right. And we do think that it has some small effect on this factor that
And the
we've been
benefit to
worried.
that courtyard seemed, the benefit to the courtyard seemed a positive one, because it opened up the space.
Yes.
I think I'm ready to do karaoke here.
Karaoke.
Yes, where I get up on the day.
Can I watch?
And dance with my.
Stop.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I think actually, so we kind of covered from my point of view, the lighting, which is the outstanding thing. I think Mr. Kenny's put together kind of a great landscape plan for that. I think I have other thoughts on actually the overflow parking, that kind of thing, but we'll get to that in a minute. If anybody's got any other issues about architecture or anything?
You moved it back 10 feet
14.
In order to
No,
accommodate
effectively
the
it
idea
was
that
10.
Okay.
that it was going to be a little bit further away from the street? Was that the
Yes.
point?
That was, the ARC requested it.
Well, but it was just programmatically on this site plan, it shows that now it's crowding this playground area, and you're really not concerned about that.
We are not. No, we were worried about it when we started, but the.
Do you have to change the plan a little bit to accommodate it, or would you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good.
I think that the other thing we talked about yesterday, and we've been talking about the whole time, is the overflow parking and the interest in using it 30 times a year. And the commission was concerned, but apparently the neighbors are not.
The neighbor with whom we've reached an agreement
Right.
on that
There's
and a number
not
of
a
other issues
concern.
was content with 30. We believe it'll be 20, but we wanted to have the flexibility of somebody going overboard.
So, let me ask, I didn't think about this until today. Is there a way that if it became a problem in the future, it could be addressed? I don't know what to do about, I'm uncomfortable with parking in the front yard always.
From a buffering standpoint
Yeah,
or
but
from
it's
a
being
use
buffered
standpoint?
No,
from a
it's-
use standpoint.
It's.
But it is going to be buffered. There's no objection to it from anybody in the vicinity. Is there something we should do to address this in the future? I don't know what to do with it.
May I make a
Yeah,
comment, Ms. Sullivan? You know, this overflow parking business, which the commission has approved in the past,
Right.
is kind of a midway of approaching two conflicting goals that we and you both have. We want to provide enough parking for the large,
Right.
infrequent events, yet we want to maintain as much green as possible. And so you've agreed that that entire front lawn, which
Is
is the
beautiful.
hallmark of the
Absolutely.
school, can be maintained that way, but may be used on several occasions, like graduation, for overflow. The lawn has not been damaged, and yet the school has been able to walk that line that we both want to walk. It's worked out well, and I think it'll work out okay here.
One of the things Ms. Goss suggested also yesterday was that when you come in with phase two, there might be, if there has been any kind of issue, there would be an opportunity to address it then, because the Visual Arts Center could be done in a way to accommodate potentially more traffic inward. That was basically what you said, right? So,
It's a good idea.
also, I believe Ms. Cronin was at the meeting yesterday, yeah?
She was.
And Ms. Goss spoke very highly of the architecture of the building. Would that be correct?
If I were a 10-year-old, I would be so excited when I saw the building. I couldn't wait to get inside and learn.
You can attend some classes if you like.
Yeah.
For free.
They'll give you discounted tuition. Mr. Hardman?
No questions.
Mr. Levy?
Well said.
Ackroyd?
I find it actually very interesting. It's the overflow parking is this, like you said, it's a midway thing. It's a permanent parking lot, 3 times a month for the school year. 30 times, 10 months. That's 3 times a month. But it's not really a parking lot. It's actually the front lawn that's being landscaped and not lit and that kind of stuff. It's kind of this weird halfway thing. And it kind of sits funny with me because it's, yeah, at one side, it's actually, yeah, this is great because it's landscaped. It's not really there. But on the other half, it's gonna be there all the time. And 3 times a month over the course of the year, you know, to me, it's going to be a permanent parking lot.
We don't really think so, Mr. Macri, but let me take Ms. Goss's comment and suggestion one step further. Why don't you include, if you feel that you'd like to approve this, include a condition saying that you'll review the status of that operation and the status of that green area at the time that we come in for the next phase. And as soon as the school raises enough money, we'll design it and come in and show you what we've been doing. But it certainly is a part of our master plan.
So with that, I think we have some people from the public who would still like to speak. If you,
Mr. Cohen, if you would, can we take that in order?
yeah, could we, so we can see the people? If we have people?
Open the doors.
By the way, Mr. Kenny, I should have also read how complimentary conservation is about what you're doing with native species. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I actually had good evening, but it's now good morning.
If
so
you could give your name and...
Yep. My name is Miriam Cruiser. I've been before this commission a few times, so hello again. I didn't want to miss this opportunity to vouch for my support for the campus master plan put forth by GA this evening with all the amendments. As you may recall, I'm a parent at the school and neighbor. I live at 57 Maple for the last 8 years, a parent board member and RTM member from District 7, where the school actually resides. But for the avoidance of doubt, these views are my own. As a parent of a first grader, I'm very excited by the new lower school building. Finally, a building of the caliber of the excellent education our girls receive and that our fantastic teachers deserve. No more breakouts of groups of girls in the dark and cluttered hallways or flooded playgrounds. As a parent of a middle school student, I'm excited about new and bigger labs, performance space, outdoor spaces, and a fantastic new program such as food science and nutrition. How fun is that? One of the aspects about GA that I love most as a GA parent is the school's intentionality. Nothing is done haphazardly. Important when you are making an investment in your child's education. The new lower school building is incredibly thoughtful. It's light, bright, and innovative. It takes the challenge of a difficult grade planes, far constraints, and educational needs for the next half century and optimizes it wonderfully. It's not meek, but it is forward-looking, as in my opinion, any good design for a building of useful life of 40 years should be. But, and this is important to me, as I've mentioned before this body once before or a couple of times, I have a 167-year-old house on Maple, so history is important to me. It still nods respectfully to history by using the same types of materials as that of the original building on campus, Ruth West Campbell Hall. And those materials are local and sustainable. That in itself demonstrates strong awareness of time and place and global citizenship. As I was writing down my thoughts for this evening, it struck me, or this morning, that they did it again. It's intentional. The terms I just used for this building are not dissimilar to the type of young women GA is looking to create. It's never haphazard. So bravo and Beha and GA. Thank you. Now with regards to nitty gritty, the suggested alterations to pickup and drop off flow and process is very welcome, as fluidity or lack thereof is a thorn in the side of many neighbors, and as a quote PTA parent, I would know that it's also the thorn in the side of many GA families as well. As I previously mentioned, the lack of additional parking is also welcome from my previous time before this commission. The occasional times that parking overflows onto North Maple on the curb or is packed into the campus is displeasing and could be dangerous to runners and dog walkers, of which I am both. How much lovelier and orderly to have this overflow behind some well thought out landscaping. Also, as a walking commuter to school, I am so very excited about the friendly, efficient, walkable path on campus to the lower school that doesn't involve dumpsters, crossing parking lots, and school vans. And as a neighbor, how lovely to not have that high parking lot service area view be the main one as you turn up winding North Maple from backcountry into town. What a fantastic welcome to my neighborhood in downtown Greenwich this building and the new landscape would provide. I would also add that from what I have heard at the meeting GA had with neighbors, the new building seems to be of actual little concern to the neighbors. I believe this building on campus, set next to the imposing Ruth West Campbell Hall, demonstrates precisely the type of educational institution Greenwich is, embracing innovation but fully grounded in its 200-year-old history. And Ms. Goss, I think you'll enjoy this, and I'll add it if you'll entertain me at this late hour. I was talking to my daughter about where I was coming this evening. She's 7 years old. And she said, oh, Mom, another RTM meeting. And I said, no, I'm actually going to go talk about your school to a commission who gets to make the decision. I said, do you have any thoughts? Do you want me to show you what it looks like? And she said, actually, Mom, I've already seen it. Miss King showed it to us. So Miss King, first grade, interviews a number of the people on campus, and Mrs. King was one of those people the first graders interviewed, and she asked their opinions on the building. So I said, so what'd you think? Would you want me to, tell the commission? And she's not shy, my 7-year-old, and many here will attest to that. And I said, do you mind if I share it? So she said, as long as it doesn't get her in trouble. So here goes. I feel bad in saying this. I don't want to get in trouble, but the GA building now is just not very nice. There's too much brick. I kid you not, she said this. It's not pretty. The new GA is going to be so cool. It has lots of pretty stone and nice warm wood. And the food will still be so yummy and still no boys, so it will still be great. So, out of the mouth of babes. As always, thank you for all your yeoman's work and volunteering in this commission and for indulging in my thoughts this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi. Please identify yourself for the court reporter.
Sure. So I'm Michael Shaftel. I've been in front of the commission before for another matter related to Greenwich Academy. I'm here on behalf of my wife Margaret and our 4 daughters. I'm a proud parent of 4 girls. 3 are currently a GA1, recently graduated. Sadly, none of my children will get to experience this great new building. But as a resident, we live at 115 Maple, as you may recall. We chose to move to the area because of the school and the proximity to the town, but mostly to be closer to the community of Greenwich Academy. And I'm also on the board of trustees and been very involved with the gang here in terms of the development of this project. When we built our house, we went through the process with the town, and one of the things we were trying to do was to update but stay current and constant with the theme of the neighborhood. And so you all were nice enough to allow us to proceed with a new house, removing an old house which was in disrepair, and bring something new to the neighborhood, fresh, reinvesting in the neighborhood, enhancing property values, but also staying in keeping with the neighborhood. We use new materials, new looks, a very modern but contemporary house, but fits into the neighborhood. I think there's a lot of those same themes as you look at what we're trying to accomplish at Greenwich Academy, which is to update a building that is outdated and dated, looks from another era, and doesn't really fit in, is in keeping with the excellence that Greenwich Academy intends to portray to the community and offers to its students on a daily basis. The architecture of the upper school is unique, modern, but fits in a very tasteful way, still highlighting the main and original building of Ruth West Campbell. The architecture of the new building, albeit slightly different, I think is complementary. The materials, much like the kind of materials we chose when we built our house, represent things that are of the time, but also things that are sustainable and represent really good values for the children as you think about what we're trying to accomplish. In my work, I sit on the ESG board of Morgan Stanley, which is the environmental social governance. We spent a lot of time working with companies, green bonds and the like, thinking about how to improve the environment, how to improve office buildings, how corporates can take a greater interest in providing back to the communities with better buildings, more efficient energy. I think all those things are being considered in this construction. Something that's important to me. Sadly, my children won't get to participate in this building, but as a neighbor, I will get to benefit from the addition of a beautiful new building, one in keeping with the goals of the school, and I think in keeping with what this group is here to do, which is to make sure the town only improves excellent projects which enhance both visually and spiritually and culturally what we're trying to accomplish at the school. So I thank you for your time, I thank you for your service, and good morning.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, go ahead. Don't forget to identify yourself.
I will identify myself. I am wearing many hats tonight. So my name is Andra Winokur Newman, and I currently live at I live at 7 Perry Ridge Road. I am a Greenwich Academy parent. I'm a Greenwich Academy alum, and also a neighbor on Perry Ridge. So we moved to Perry Ridge 11 years ago, really to be in close proximity to Greenwich Academy, where I was hopeful at that time my 2 daughters would attend. And now as a parent and as a trustee, I've been involved in this master campus plan, and as a parent of someone who will get to benefit from this new building, I know that we are really excited about, many of the goals that the school is trying to accomplish, which we've referenced tonight. In terms of the new design, I think a lot, I'm also a runner and a community member, and I think a lot about that view as you approach North Maple, and I think for the new building to be complementary of what is happening with Ruth West Campbell Hall, which will always be the dominant structure at 200 North Maple, but to have a more attractive view instead of the facilities, vehicles, and commercial vehicles that'll come out. I think that is just a huge benefit for the community, not to mention just the school. So Greenwich Academy has been around a long time, and I think as everyone has said, we are very deliberate in what we're doing, and I think that landscaping will really reflect that. And as a parent and as an alum, I'm really just thrilled to be a part of this, and I'm grateful that you guys are giving so much time and thought to this. So Greenwich Academy is and continues to be a strong neighbor partner to the town, and thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Oh, okay. Yeah, so you wanted to ask a question?
If you don't mind, just the comments just made me think of it. The landscaping at the properties that are going to be demolished, or no landscaping, what will that look like?
Say that again.
There's the properties that are going to be demolished that are part of this master plan.
Yeah.
What is going to be there in its place? Just if you could just
You
spend a
mean
moment.
2 Perry Ridge and 176
Yeah,
North
if you could just
Maple?
spend a moment showing the landscaping.
Oh, it's in the landscape plan.
Right.
It's very detailed.
That's, wondered if you had it.
Sure we do, yeah.
There is a moment when there's so much.
Would you like Bill Kenny to talk a little bit about it?
If you can do it in less than a minute. I just.
Bill, you can do it in less than a minute.
The primary.
Could you state your name for the record?
Sure, Bill Kenny, Principal William Kenny Associates, registered landscape architect. We're going to carry the campus green through that area, so and do screening. So there'll be a sweep of lawn that comes through, and then a tremendous amount of screening along the western boundary here for the property neighbor to the west, and the screening will be evergreen trees that'll continue around the northern, the southern boundary, just south of the proposed overflow parking area. So it'll be a sweep of lawn with some shade trees and flowering trees, and then screening along the edge, and also some screening along the road here with shrubs and so forth. We're also continuing the stone wall that now runs along North Maple in front of the school. We'll continue that wall all the way down to Patterson and turn the corner.
We spent a lot of time on that corner, but we didn't spend any time that I recall on the other house that's going to be demolished. That was more that I was wondering about.
I'm sorry, other house.
Wasn't there another one?
There's a house right here and a house right here.
And there wasn't a third one?
One
No.
Patterson farther up?
I thought there was one further up.
No.
On Patterson.
Not that's being demolished. Which one?
No, there is a house.
Oh, there's a house, but it's not being demolished.
Oh, you know what it was? That's where I got confused in that case, because the master plan, or the bigger map that you showed had all the Greenwich Academy properties identified, and that's where it must have
The
been.
master plan is not before you tonight in terms of the site plan special permit. In other words, we are only proposing to demolish these 2 houses and
Sorry.
replace them.
Yeah, it was the plan that had been showed the first time around that showed all of the neighboring, and one of the ones,
Yeah.
there's a couple of ones. that showed
Not with
that.
this application,
So it's just those 2.
just the 2.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenny, the 2 trees in the overflow parking, they're new or existing?
Those 2 trees are new.
They're new, okay. Are there gonna be any issues with the cars parking in and around them in their root systems?
No, we're gonna take, just as we are in the northern parking lot, we could use Cornell structural soil, and to ensure that we have a stable surface, but also allow for the roots to penetrate through that surface.
And what kind of trees are those?
They are maples. It's a hybrid between silver and red maple.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nobody else from the public? All questions answered? Anybody else? As far as I can see, we would be able to close this tonight.
Are you willing to close it? Oh, I'm looking to the left and I don't have a sign.
Over here.
Everybody's over there. Okay, so everybody's agreeable to closing it? Okay, so we're gonna close this. Thank you. And thank you all. Okay. So. Well, good evening, Mr. Hagney. Or good morning, Mr. Hagney. Okay. You're at the end. So, Mr. Bristol. Stanwich Club, Inc. Final site plan and special permit. Is he left? Oh, the easel. To renovate and reconstruct an addition of 3,066 square feet onto the club. And Victoria Goss is seated for Mr. Fox on this.
Yes. Good evening, Christopher Bristol representing the Stanwich Club. This is a return item. As Madam Chair pointed out, this is about a 3,600 square foot addition toward the back of the clubhouse. It's really for a expanded kitchen facilities, storage related there too. Excuse me. This is held open last time so that we can have so we could have health review the proposed kitchen, which was done. I understand that health advised you that they were all set in that regard. I wanted to confirm that there's no request of increased memberships. I know that was a question posed in the staff report. And I know that we discussed green area calculations last time. Because of the size of the site, I was going to ask that we provide you with green area calculations at the CO, at the time of CO versus now. We just don't have time to get it all together. In terms of green area and lot coverage, et cetera, the amount of lot coverage that would be allowed on the site is about 1.2 million square feet, which we're obviously less than. So that's why I'm asking that you accept my representation that we're going to be compliant, and then we'll give you green area figures when we request CO at the end, just to keep it simple.
And just to refresh my memory on this, the comment from conservation about adding more meadow areas, the answer you gave last time was that you had mowed the meadow for the winter? No?
I don't think that was me.
So we're going to mention that again, that conservation had requested that any place where you could add natural meadow and support the natural environment, that you would look into it.
We'll definitely look into it, sure.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? No. Okay. Anybody from the public wish to speak? No, they don't wish to speak. Is Is everybody, yeah, we just
Everyone
have a
have,
second.
everyone just recently have chocolate? You guys-
I
everyone's-
do not have a second wind. Is everybody all right with closing this item? Okay,
Thank
this
you.
item is now closed. For our next application, I'm just gonna talk right through that, Mr. Hegney. From Pathways Vision, Inc., for a final site plan and special permit at, to relocate temporarily to 509 East Putnam Avenue.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. You will recall that last year you approved a site plan for the day program that Pathways has at the at Sinaway, where we're demolishing the building on Sinaway and building a new day program facility there. In order to do that, we need to relocate the day program somewhere else. As you all know, Pathways is a nonprofit in town that provides residential and day services and counseling to people in the community with mental illnesses. And this one of the facilities they have is this one at 509 East Putnam Avenue. And this is a property that that was approved through settlement, approximately 2000, and was finished in 2006. It's a 10-bedroom house that actually 7 or 8 of the residents who live here participate in the day program. And there are approximately 30 people that participate in the day program on a regular basis. So what we're proposing is not to make any changes to the facility at all, that the house would remain the same. There is quite a large area which we have shown in red, which can be used for the day program, and that involves, as we mentioned last year, various activities, and lunch is provided. It runs from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Couple of questions for you. At 509, is there staff on site there during the day for the 10 residents? So I was trying to work out the parking. That was where I just got a little stuck on information.
So, yeah, why don't I go over that with you just a bit? We have 13 parking spaces on site.
You have 13 spaces on site, surface spaces, and you have the 1 garage space.
Right.
You have 30
And a handicap.
participants coming from the Pathways location, who will mostly come by van, and that has 5 staff members. The on-site people, the 10 residents, do not have any personal vehicles.
That's correct.
So you have the 5 staff members from the new program, from the program Pathways. How many staff members are on site during the day at 509?
Laura, why don't you come up?
Okay,
This is
3
Laura
staff
Heckman, who's
So you
the
have the 5
executive director of Pathways.
Hi, Laura. So you have, I'm really sorry, this is so late. So you have the 5
There's
staff.
3.
I'm just glad that I told her to stay and she's getting to speak.
5, you've got the 5, you've got 3 staff members at 509 right now who are there, I'm sorry, 2 staff members.
There are 2 during there. It's a 24 wait because it's residential. There it's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
But there's always 2 people there.
There are always 2 people there, right? During the day.
And at night?
Actually, that's only 4 days a week. 1 day a week, there's 1 person there.
Okay, so the max you ever have for the 10 people is 2?
Is 2.
Okay. And then you've got the 5, and some of the people that are coming from the program, that they come by van, most of them come by van, get dropped off. Does anybody drive individually?
No.
Nobody drives individually. So with the spaces you have, you should be able to accommodate 509. You should be able to accommodate the parking at 509 without a problem.
Right.
Mr. Hegney could have done a better job of explaining that to the commission, but
I knew you would be able to understand, even with my meager explanation. I would say we have more parking here than we have over at 8 Sinaway.
So then, the thing that you have open right now is that you're waiting for the state on the health.
Well,
And hold on a second.
yes.
I'm on a roll here. 'Cause they
As
wanna-
long as that comes with asking for a motion, I'm all ears.
Okay, so, I spent some time with how Mr. DeAndrea calculated your effective leaching area that's available. It looks like he did it very conservatively. I'm hoping that you won't run into a problem with the state, and that therefore we could move this on the condition that you receive the state's approval prior to, Katie?
There's no zoning.
There's no zoning permit.
There's no real zoning permit. But it's something that I think we can work out. You know, I spent a fair amount of
Why
time.
don't we just say prior to moving in?
Well, where are you with the other structure, the Sinaway structure?
We're waiting for zoning permit sign-off, and then we're going to apply for a demolition permit.
So you have 45 days for the, no.
No, because the building's post-1940.
So that could,
As soon as
so
we,
that could move
as soon as
pretty
we can get
quickly.
out, we can disconnect the utilities, and we'll tear it down.
Okay, so.
Gives us time to work
make
things out with.
the court reporter crazy when you talk from there, because he doesn't pick it all up, and then we get into trouble.
Well-
So, what's a good way of doing that, Katie, that they must have the state by?
Well,
But prior to demolition, because I mean, you have no other option for where people are going, right? So I mean, I
Right.
would say you can't.
Yeah.
So would that work? That, I mean,
Well,
kinda
I
tying
don't
these
want
two
to tie it
sites
in.
is-
No, I
yeah.
wouldn't tie it in.
Yeah,
I would say
It's just that it can't be
what the
occupied.
chair is recommending, not occupy it prior to sign off from the state. Yeah, because
How would we
I did look at
verify?
Tony's numbers,
They work.
and they do work.
I think they work. I'm not a septic expert, okay, but the math works.
And so that's why you gathered all that water information from the other property.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
we had the water
information you were
bills from
showing.
both properties. Tony combined them. He said, actually, with the use, you need 1,000 square feet of leaching area, and we have 1,446. So,
what-
you know,
what-
it's,
It's going to get a little, actually, we were waiting for an approval on a septic system, but we don't have anything to tie it to.
So I'm trying to, how will we know when you're gonna move in? That's the question. How will we know
When they're moving out.
when they're well, what's a good, something verifiable for us that somebody will know, oh, okay, they have the septic in time?
Well, that's what I'm saying,
well,
the demo.
we,
but I
we
can
could tie it to the,
understand.
yeah, we could tie it to the demo permit, prior to issuance of the demo permit.
Okay,
And then
Through zoning enforcement.
through zoning enforcement, yeah.
okay.
Memo to
Yeah, so we could write them, right, they would, exactly, we'll put in the decision letter and put it,
Okay.
note in the computer. Mr. Hegney, the residential group home is the technical use at 509 East Putnam, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so the use that's at Sinaway does, which we have classified as an office for our own local zoning purposes, but from the state licensing standpoint, so to speak, is the use that's moving over here temporarily part of a residential group home? In other words, I'm just trying, what's easy, I think it's easy for the commission, if that's just a part of the group home and they're looking at the temporary parking, temporary septic, so to speak, as opposed to a quote, temporary use. You see do you see where I'm going with that?
Yes.
So is that fair to say that this is a customary use of a residential group home to have people come in and do activities during the day and that kind of thing?
Exactly. If you were to put it in those terms, the exact same types of programming actually would occur at 509 anyway. In fact, they do upon occasion, just not consistently and not in a 9 to 2 type of fashion.
So from a use standpoint, the use is acceptable, so then it comes down to how much activity, the parking and the septic and whatever, and because we don't have temporary provisions, so to speak. So from that standpoint, correct me if I'm wrong, the time period will be from when you get the demolitions around to when you have the certificate of occupancy on the other property. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And that's, what do you estimate that is?
If they say 9 to 10 months, but we're saying a year.
Okay.
Likely,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any commissioners have questions for Mr. Hegney?
Mr. Hegney, duration of 12 months. This is request for a temporary use at 509. I guess we can actually condition this on as a temporary use that this temporary use is going to be last the duration of 12 months from the date of vacancy of the Sinaway site. Does that work for you?
I think that
I don't wanna leave it open.
I think that that'll work.
And if I may, could we call this something other than a temporary use? Because that just means something under zoning that is not what is
We're not
actually
gonna-
happening here.
We're not going to say that. We're going to say temporary relocation of the
Thank
day
you.
program. That's
Thank
what-
you.
That is actually how Jackie wrote the
And-
staff report.
And that is
It's
what we're doing,
temporary.
and what we're requesting.
Yeah.
It's a final site plan and special permit for temporary relocation of the day program. Not a change of use. They didn't write it that way. Thank you. Now, I was like, oh my God, what's she talking about? No, that's okay. Okay, so no public wants to speak?
Michelle
Looking at
says
Michelle,
no.
Michelle's busy. No commissioner questions? Yeah, we're doing karaoke after this. Don't even dare me. Anybody got questions? Nope. Okay, so we're okay to close? This item's now closed.
Thank you.
With that, endeth the public hearing. I didn't think we were gonna live through tonight.
We still
Okay.
have we can still meet our goals within 8 minutes.
Okay, 8 minutes later.
Okay, so we have, we did the minutes. Okay.
We've done the minutes.
We have Pathways, Sandwich, and
Shall we begin with the academy, since it, are you guys ready to do the academy tonight? Oh, okay, sorry, Michelle, they closed it. I would be ready to do it, but Mr. Levy and Mr. Hardman, are you ready to do the academy? No? Yes. Oh, so only Mr. Levy isn't, but we defer to one.
I said no too.
He said no too, it doesn't matter, we defer to one person.
And I just, for the record, I do think that, and obviously we'll, when it comes up, but since we're here, that Mr. Yeski had been seated on it previously, and he had indicated that he wanted to read back in, but jump off that bridge at the next meeting.
I
Just throw
think
that
it's
out there.
tricky since we closed it. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I mean, we've
Okay.
done that in the past, but yeah.
Victoria?
I think he and I would probably vote the same way.
Okay.
Yeah, I just would note because he had
Yep.
stated that.
Okay,
He
so
couldn't be here tonight.
with that, so we will not be deciding it tonight. And then I didn't realize Mr. Yeski wanted to read back in. If he still does, he can, okay. So, would you like to work backwards, Mr. McRae? For pathways?
I just want to make sure we have, before we get into anything else, we have any other business.
No. So you're gonna move for a temporary, I just lost this.
I have it.
A temporary relocation of the day program activities of pathways, from
Motion to,
8 Sinaway.
concerning, application PLZP 2019-00023 and 0024 for final site plan and special permit for by temporary relocation of the Pathways Day Program from 8 Sinaway Road to 509 East Putnam Avenue in the R20 zone. Motion to approve with conditions. First condition is that confirmation of Connecticut Health approval of septic system is provided to staff prior to the demolition permit being filed. Understanding that parking is okay because it was testified that no one drives and that there would be 5 staff relocated from the Sinaway site to complement the 2 to 3 staff that's on the existing site, the temporary site.
Okay, let me just clarify that a little bit. There are 30 participants who will be relocating. They will mostly come by van. There are 5 staff members who will be working with them. The facility of 509 currently has 10 residents and 2 staff members at most on site at any time. There are 13 surface spaces available and 1 garage space and I believe 1 handicap space. And the commission finds that this parking will be adequate to serve the proposed activities on site. The health department has, our local health department is awaiting state response. The ZEO is okay, based on 227. I'm just trying to go fast, I'm sorry. And, you go ahead with the duration.
Duration of the temporary relocation will last for no more than 12 months from the date of the vacancy of the 8 Sinaway site.
And there will be,
Whereas, no, vacancy of the Sinaway, because they have to move out. It's the same thing, they've got to move out. Also, whereas there's no alteration to the existing, to the relocation site, I think that covers that.
okay. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
I assume I'm voting on this one. Yes, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought we announced. Yeah, I thought we announced that, I'm sorry. Maybe we didn't have time to listen to the fact. Okay, I won't interrupt you one time this time. Yeah, he's laughing because
For the application PLPZ 2018-542 and PLPZ 2018-543 for final site plan and special permit, renovate and construct an addition to the Sandwich Club at 888 North Street in the RA4 zone. Motion to approve application. Understanding the zoning enforcement office has said okay. We have an okay from the sewer department.
Health.
And health department.
Only health.
ARC, the Planning and Zoning Commission has waived that requirement. We have notes from the Conservation Commission staff that is requested that they add more natural meadow to the site, if possible at any location. There is...
The applicant will...
I'm not finished.
Oh, okay.
Whereas there will be no increase in the membership, the cap is at 460.
195 spaces will be enough.
Okay, 195 spaces.
And 195 spaces will be sufficient.
The applicant will actually provide staff a total tabulation of green area at the time of CO with this application. That's that.
I think that's it. Green sheet was issued?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And with that, a cheerful good night to